Mr. Sada, 아까로 봐도 있어.
See you again. No, it's always you're in the middle of everything.
How are you?
A very good morning to everyone. I, on behalf of the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology and the Centennial Committee, would like to welcome everyone to today's Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal Memorial Lecture. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone who has gathered here today to pay homage to a great soul, our late Miwong Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. So we begin, following in tradition, we begin today's program with a benlam, so that everything goes in an organized and peaceful way. For this, I would like to request Dr. Jigme Losel and his group, and simultaneously, I would like to request Miwong Chogyal, Wongchuk Namgyal, and Mr. G.S. Lama to kindly come up to the stage and light the chibis, and also the offering of khadas to the portrait of the late Chogyal.
De las cosas que existen sin la vida. Mira, lo van a
Chogyal Palden
Thank you, Dr. Jigmil Osal and group. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of today's program. With the permission of the House, we would like to now begin the morning session. A brief layout of before we begin the morning session of today's program, I would like to give a brief program layout. We have two sessions for today's lecture. In the first session, that is the morning session, we have 5 speakers, and in the afternoon session, we have 4 speakers. So now we would like to begin with the morning session, and for that, I would like to invite our first speaker, Padma Shri G.S. Lama, who is often popularly known as Sanu Lama, who is a celebrated literature and social worker who composed the iconic national song Jahan Bokcha Tista Rangit, a retired civil engineer from state government. Sir, I would like to request you.
Everybody, good morning. Miong Chogyal Palden Namgyal Namgyal Palden Wangchuk Namgyal. Respected Prince Palden Namgyal, Princess Hope Lijum Namgyal Tobden, President Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal Centenary Birthday Celebration Committee, Secretary NIT cum Vice President Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal Centenary Birthday Celebration Committee, Mr. Pema W. Rinjing, officers and staff of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, volunteers of the Centennial celebrations, respected and distinguished speakers, dear students of different schools, colleges, universities in and around Gangtok, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to pay my sincere gratitude to Namgyal Institute of Tibetology for kindly giving me this opportunity to present a paper on the occasion of birth centenary celebration of our Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal of Sikkim. Ladies and gentlemen, it was in the year 1969, month of March. The winter was over in Sikkim, but Gangtok was still experiencing the nasty chill in the air. On one such day, in the middle of the morning, the telephone started ringing. I picked up it lazily. It was Miss Rosabelle Rai, later Mrs. Rosabelle Namgyal. After exchange of pleasantries, she talked about 4th of April, the birthday of Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal of Sikkim. We had a small group of music lovers of Gangtok, which have an organization named Sangeet Kala Kendra. The time was too short for organizing such musical program. In those days, it took months to organize such show. I did not want to give false hope to Miss Rosabelle. I was about to communicate the Kendra's inability to organize the show in such a short time, but when she said that the evening would be graced by the Chogyal and Galmo of Sikkim, I was stunned and gasped for air because my mouth was still open. Miss Rosabelle Rai also said that she was speaking on behalf of Miss Ritchie also. Miss Isabel M. Ritchie was the principal of Palden Namgyal Girls Senior Secondary School, whom I knew and had met her a couple of times in such occasions. When I heard that Baini Rosabelle, what she and Miss Ritchie can do to help us to organize the show, I said yes. Later in the day, I met Mr. Dushyant Lama, who was the key man of our group, and narrated to him what Miss Rosabelle had told me that morning. He became quiet for some moment and then said he will contact other members and suggested to convene a meeting soon to chalk out the program. One evening, sometime in the middle of March 1969, Dushyant and some of the members of the Kala Kendra came to my house to finalize the program. After some discussion, we prepared a broad list of items to be presented, which included solo and duet songs, free ethnic dances of Sikkim, skit, etc., and also decided to start the rehearsal from the very next day. After the meeting, while having tea, a member suddenly said, "What about the opening song?" Everybody was started and looking at each other. Dushyant looked at me and asked whether I can write one. Someone recalled some songs which suitable for such shows, but others rejected, terming them as old songs and wanted it to be a new one. I too thought it should be a new one, as Chogyal and Galmo most probably would be gracing the show. I rose and went to a corner of the room, thinking that the song should be befitting the occasion, that is, birthday of Chogyal of Sikkim, and the song should be about the glory of Sikkim. Silence fell in the small room. Suddenly a line came to my mind, and that line was, "Jahan Bakcha Tishta Rangit." That line was "Jahan Bakcha Tishta Rangit," and the limitless range of the mighty Khangchenjunga, "Jahan Kanchenjunga Asim." I myself liked the two lines, but could not proceed further. I slowly returned to my seat, wrote the two lines on a piece of paper and placed it on the harmonium in front of Mr. Dushyant Lama. He read the lines slowly 2-3 times, trying to grasp the meaning of the words. He repeated them. This time humming and fiddling the keys of the harmonium. And ladies and gentlemen, within a less of 5 minutes' time, the words in the two lines were set into beautiful tune. Dushyant was really a genius. The room suddenly came into life, clapping, laughing, sound of contentment. Sorry. I said, "Okay, boys, this much for today." And to Dushyant, I said, "Bhai, I cannot compose the remaining verse right now. I will do it tonight. You can compose the music for the whole song tomorrow. The lyrics of the proposed opening song was ready when the group came the next day. I placed it before Dushyant. He read it 2-3 times and started playing the harmonium. The room became suddenly silent except for the low sound of the harmonium. Dushyant looked deep in concentration. His long fingers were all over the keys of the harmonium in a very orderly manner. Soon after 15 minutes, after about 15 minutes, he smiled and said the song was ready. Everyone with a smiling face stood around Dushyant, who started to sing the song. The song was Jahan Bakcha Tishta Rangit, Jahan Kanchan Janga Asim, Yahi ho Hamro Dhana ko Desa, Tapo Vanaho Pyaro Sikkim. Where the Tishta and Rangit meander, where Kanchanjunga stands infinite, this is our land of paddy, the abode hermits, beloved Sikkim. A song was born in the praise and to sing the glory of Sikkim. Everybody was happy and congratulated Dushyant. He rose from his chair and facing me said, Jojo, Jojo means Daju, Jojo, this is really a beautiful song you have written. And turning towards others, he said, okay, let us start the rehearsal. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th of April came. The Tasi Namgyal Academy Auditorium was decorated befitting the occasion. All the guests came, artists were ready and prepared. Sikkim Police Brass Band was ready to play the national anthem of Sikkim. Their Highnesses Palden Thondup Namgyal, the Chogyal of Sikkim, and Gyalmo Hope Namgyal, accompanied by the young Prince Palden Gurmit Namgyal, arrived. I had the rare opportunity to welcome their Highnesses at the main door and usher them to the designated seats. The show was a great success. Everybody liked the opening song. Miss Richi and Miss Rosabel were happy and congratulated Sangeet Kala Kendra. Everybody left with smiling faces. Sangeet Kala Kendra too smiled with deep satisfaction on the success of the program. Soon, the song became popular and many schools adopted it as their morning prayer. Sikkim Police Brass Band included it in their musical curriculum and played the tune during Sikkim's national as well as government and semi-government functions. It also got the honor of being sung during national functions. The song was eventually recorded on disc in the month of December 1972 at Hindustan Recording Company, Calcutta. The famed singers Aruna Lama and Dawa Tamang lent their voices to the song. We had planned to release the record on the 4th of April 1973 on the occasion of the Chogyal Champu's 50th birthday celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, however, fate or destiny sometimes finds devastating ways to interfere with human plans. Such interferences, both man-made or designed by the destiny, keep happening in the human life. But these interferences are rarely on the scale of changing the entire course of history of a nation, however big or small that nation be. To cut this story short, we could not release the disc record in the manner we had thought of. The reason was a nasty political situation had suddenly erupted, catching the ancient land of Beul d'Amazon by total surprise. I would not like to go into the details of it, not only because everything is on record, but also because it is not relevant to the topics of today's deliberation. The topic of my talk today, as everybody here has kindly in know of, is the song Jahan Baksha Tishta Rangi and its impact on the Sikkimese people and on their siege. The peaceful atmosphere of Sikkim got caught in the turmoil of an agitation. I started getting threatening calls on telephone from people unknown to me just because there are words like Raja and Raini in the song. A trader who was marketing the disc record in the local market was also threatened and was forced to stop selling the record. The poor fellow one day returned all the unsold records to me. One day, the matter came almost to its boiling point when pro-Sikkim group, mostly youths and students, and the agitators came face to face at Gangtok Bazaar. While the agitators were chanting slogans against the Darbar and the administration, the group on the other side was singing Dela Jong and Jahan Baksha Tishta Rangi all the time. It went for hours. No groups wanted to back out despite instruction from lawkeepers and requests from the peace-loving mediators. It was also heard that someone or some force wanted firing order, which was rightly denied by the East District authorities. Luckily, we have here Mr. P.K. Pradhan, who was at the time, that is in 1973, the district collector of East District. Luckily, by evening, the situation became normal and everybody slowly started leaving the place. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the year 1973. Now we come to the year 1979. One day in late 1979, I was returning from my official tour of West Sikkim and was refueling the vehicle at Jurathang petrol pump. A group of 4 men recognized me and started coming towards me. I could recognize them as some of the members of the 1973 agitation. They were from the group who had recited the song Jahan Baksha Tishta Rangi. After exchange of greetings, one of them said that they had formed a political party and would like the song Jahan Baksha Tishta Rangi to be their party's signature song. And they wanted my written permission in this regard. I was surprised but did not let them know. I congratulated them for their new party. I also told them my inability to give them in writing, my permission in writing, as the song had already become property of the Sikkimese people. But they are free to sing this song anywhere they want and anytime. However, in my mind, I was playing with a thought, what a change of heart. Now we come to April 1980. I was in my office at a ceiling when my telephone rang. I picked up the receiver. It was the office secretary in the outer office of the palace. He said that the Chogyal Champo desires to have 12 disc records of the Tistarangit song. Then he added that the Zhongkhyang was shortly visiting USA and has wished to carry the records to the States. It was something very big for me, nothing short of a miracle. It would be an understatement to say that I was thrilled, but yes, I was thrilled. I told my wife in the evening. The whole family was thrilled. My wife and the children helped me to gift pack the 12 records. I promptly made it to the palace the next day and handed over the packet of the disc records to the office secretary. He took the packet and, asking me to take a seat, went into the inner office. Since I was eager to see the Chogyal and hoped that he would come, I remained seated on the chair. After some time, the office secretary returned and said that the Chogyal may come, but he was not sure. He went back to his seat and started seeing the papers on his table. The office room was silent except for the sound of the papers being lifted through by the office secretary. I was either looking at my hands, a little bit moist due to unknown excitement, or looking at the beautiful garden in front of the palace. I did not have to wait for long. The Chogyal was in the ADC office sooner than I had expected. He was carrying a white envelope in his right hand. I hurriedly stood up and respectfully paid my obeisance. Extending the envelope towards me, he said, "Mr. Lama, thank you, take it." I instantly knew what was inside the envelope. So therefore, I politely refused to take it, murmuring that the records are my respectful gift to my king, the Chogyal Champo. He did not say anything. He simply gave me a caring smile and retired into the inner room. When I turned to leave, the office secretary, while sitting on his chair, said, "Mr. Lama, the Zhongkhyang is pleased with you." I said, "Thank you," with a smile and returned to my office. Ladies and gentlemen, I am coming to the last of my presentation. 2 days later, around noontime, I received a letter in my office. It was from the palace. The Chogyal had left for USA early that morning. I opened the envelope eagerly with shaking hands. It contained some cash. I guessed that the Chogyal had ensured that the envelope was delivered to me only after he left the palace, lest I refused to accept it again. However, it was only my thought. I may be wrong. It was a thank you letter signed by the Chogyal. As I was reading, my eyes slowly became moist. Somehow, I finished reading the letter but did not wipe my eyes till they were full. Ladies and gentlemen, how could I know that I met and talked to the Chogyal only 2 days ago was for the last time in my life? He quietly breathed his last exactly after 772 days later in a foreign land. everything is over, ladies and gentlemen, but the song Tishta Rangi may remain along with the name Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal of Sikkim. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure everybody got emotional. So now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. P.T. Gamso, who is a former Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and who is also deeply interested in the oral traditions of Sikkim and a storehouse of knowledge. Sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Biwang Chogyal Champu, Prince Palden Namgyal, Princess Hope Lizum, Sekti NIT, distinguished members who will be addressing or giving a talk on today's on this occasion, and ladies and gentlemen, um, and young students of different schools and colleges. I am very happy. I consider myself very happy to be invited to talk on this very auspicious day, an occasion that gives me an opportunity to pay my homage to a person whom I admire, and with whom I had come in very close contact during my days in the administration. I would start doing this by going into a little bit into Sikkim history also, but that may take a little time. So I think I may be excused for that. I had seen, personally, I didn't know Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. I had seen him accompanying his father, Sardar Namgyal, coming to our school annual function in school, where the Chogyal used to, I think those days, maybe there were not many functions also. The Chogyal used to regularly come to the annual function. And I used to be one of the very few Sikkimese Bhutia Lepcha students who kept on receiving awards on my school performance. The next occasion was when I was a student in Calcutta. We had formed an association called Sikkim Students Association, comprising about 25 students Majority of the students were from the four medical colleges: Calcutta Medical College, Niluttam Sarkar Medical College, National Medical College, and the Arjigal Medical College, and Calcutta Dental College. And also some students from the Kalyani University of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, and maybe one or two students from Shippo Engineering College. We learned that Chogyal was coming to Calcutta. That was way back in 64 or so. So we sought an appointment with him, which was ready granted, easily granted. We called him in his Wood Street flat. There was a flat at 4 Wood Street. He used to occupy the 7th floor of the flat. We were ushered in, and I, as a president of the association, I introduced all the students. He was very happy to see us. And, like in the usual fatherly type of advice, he gave us that advice that you must study well, do well, and come back to Sikkim and serve the state. So, like that. And then at the end, he had suggested that he should bring out a magazine so that other people are also informed what you are doing. And immediately he sanctioned or gave us a sum of rupees 1,000. 1,000 at that time is a big money. One has to, think in terms of price of those days. And not only that, he ordered his ADC, he was Yapsanam Yatsola, to take us to one of the very good restaurants in Calcutta. In Calcutta, I think it's in Park Street. It was in Mogambo. We were treated a very sumptuous lunch. That was my first meeting with him, where we could talk to him, interact with him. Now, coming back to Sikkim, when I joined service, I went and paid my respect as a normal this thing. But beyond that advice that you should work properly for the state, nothing much. I could not come in very close contact with the Chogyal. But in 1964, I took over the secretary of Kumar Sporting Club, of which the late Crown Prince was the president. It was a tradition. It was a club started by Palden Namgyal in 1933 or so. And it was a leading club in Sikkim, which had participated in tournaments outside Sikkim, had backed the Independence Cup in Calcutta, Kalimpong, Balashil in Darjeeling. By itself, it had, made a place known outside of Sikkim. Now, after the Crown Prince, late Crown Prince came back from his studies abroad, he started taking very active interest in the football. And along with the teams that we organized with the Kumar Sporting Club, which was about 4 or 5 teams we used to organize. And we used to practice in the morning. One day, he really put me in a very embarrassing position. That was, after finishing, as a president of the club, I used to be with him all through. So after finishing the practice, it's around about 12:30 or so, he asked me to hop in his vehicle. I was surprised, but I had to carry out the order. Okay, I hopped in. And he drove the vehicle straight to the palace, kept the vehicle outside, just went inside, where I entered a hall where I found the Chogyal Gyalmo and our President Chogyal and Princess Yangchen. They were having their lunch. He took a seat next to the right of the Chogyal and ordered me to sit next to the Chogyal, facing him. That was a very embarrassing situation. I could never imagine that I'll be put in that position. But the Chogyal, made my sitting very comfortable. He talked in Sikkimish. This is what he told me. This is how I managed to sort of, come out of the situation. Now, this is just to relate, this is how we sort of came gradually in contact with the Chogyal and with the royal family. Later on, I found out, because of this association, I used to be appointed or duty, I was to be sent to Siliguri, a Baudor airport to receive even our President Chogyal, Crown Prince, to receive him as a staff officer of the state government. Now, I think today, the occasion being, if I just go on narrating things like this, it will take unnecessary time. So I will now come to a point where I'll talk a little about his contribution to the Sikkimese society and what he has sacrificed for the cause of Sikkim. And very briefly, I think Sikkim had the misfortune. After the death of Palden Namgyal in 1941, Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, who was declared a monk of Palpung Monastery in Tibet, a Kaju monastery, of which the spiritual head was, in fact, as of now also is Sitar Rinpoche, and he was the abbot of Phodong and Rumtek. He stayed in Phodong Monastery for some time, but after his death, he was his father, Tashi Namgyal, asked him to give up his monkship and then come to the state to help him. This, I think, in 1942, he went to Indian Civil Service Institute in Dehradun and underwent administrative training along with his cousin, late Jigme Dorji for Bhutan, who became the Prime Minister of Bhutan, and also his cousin, because his mother was a late Tashi Namgyal's sister, Rani Chundi Dorjila. And there they met N.K. Rustamji, who became the second Dewan of Sikkim, and they became very good friends. This has been, you will find this region in the book of Nari Rustamji in his book, The Enchanted Frontiers. And thereafter, you see, the other part that has to be told here very clearly, because there are many students, I thought I must share this. We must remember that Sikkim administration was taken over by the British in 1890, rendering Thondup Namgyal, removing Thondup Namgyal as the king, and then political officer John Claude White, with the help of council comprising of Phodong Lama, Khamsa Dewan, Shiv Dewan, Renak Kaji, Gangtok Kaji, Sari Pema of Pema Yangchi Monastery, and Tasiding Kaji. They administered the state in the name of Chogyal, although there was no Chogyal in place. This is how the Britishers administered the state. Now, I'll not go into other things, but because there's a long history, which the time may not allow me to take up all this. But even after, maybe this council might not have functioned after some time. Maybe after Charles Bell came into Sikkim as political officer. But the administration remained with the Britishers. It was only in 1947 when India got its independence, Sikkim also got its independence. But there was a people's movement. Some wanted Sikkim to be merged with India, but the Chogyal carried on with this thing. And the first major step that Chogyal, because Chogyal Tashi Namgyal is not a very sickly person, very not good. It was not keeping very good wealth. Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, as a crown prince, was carrying out the administration of the state. The first and the very important step that he taken was abolition of Jamindari system in Sikkim. Readers may not know. The narrative today is that the Chogyals had introduced the Jamindari system, which is not correct. Jamindari came into Sikkim because of the political officer Claude White. And I saw a document where there were about 50 Jamindars appointed in Sikkim. And the other narrative is that in the political circle, I'm saying, or otherwise other people who know things very correctly, is that Bote Rajale, Bote Lapchalai, to save the Bote Lapcha, the king has enacted law in that fashion. But this is not the truth. All these laws have been done by the Britishers. Only all the actions are being carried out in the name of Chogyal, so he's getting all the blames, not the credit. This is the situation. I think we must understand this. But the first major thing that he did was abolition of the Zamindari system. There was, I was told, a memorandum against this by the Zamindars of Sikkim, who comprised about 50 Zamindars who were very rich, landowners, and maybe some managers of the estates of the villages named in the Gazette notification issued in 1927, signed by Gyaltsen Kaji as General Secretary to Maharajas of Sikkim. I have a copy of this, I have seen this, and if you see this, the manner people talk about is not all correct. It is just the opposite. Now, the next important thing after, we, again, Sikkim had to face some political turmoil. And in between, there was a people's government for 29 days. And one thing that we should have understood at that point of time was the first Chief Minister of Sikkim Tasi Chiri was named as Chief Minister, not as Prime Minister. I think this is a message we possibly failed to read at that point of time. Now in 1950, Sikkim, after the dismissal of the ministry, Sikkim entered into a political treaty with the government of India, which lasted for 20 years. In other words, 70 years. Now, in that, Sikkim remaining as a protectorate, which was done during the British's time after the Tumam Agreement in 1861, Sikkim became a protectorate state, but they followed the same thing, the defense, finance, and the external affairs ministry and communication were the responsibility of government of India. The rest of the subjects were to be looked after by the Chogyal, and the Chogyal was to be advised by a senior officer deputed by the government of India to help and advise in the running of the administration. Now, at this point of time, I would like to quote only one notification, which was passed, in fact, by the Chogyal, signed by Chogyal Namgyal. It is a 1954 1954 notification, land order number 3028, I think. If I mistake, if I do, yes, it is 3082, Land Revenue Department, which, according to which, any person, any subject of Sikkim who has taken loan from anybody, earlier, such dues have to be recovered through through court case or through sale of a property, landed property, which were in the name of such person. But the Chogyal realized that this is a situation that must be stopped, and he had fixed a limit of 5 acres. Under the name economic holding of land, which he thought at that time, I suppose, that a possession of that much of land under any person could make him to survive in the state, and disallowed the registration of Sikkimese land, even by the courts. This, I think, to my mind, is a very landmark judgment, a decision taken. If you compare with India, government of India's position, it will be their poor, you say initially 20-point program, then pro-poor policy type of thing. In 1956, there are many colleagues in my government, Mr. P.K. Pradhan is fully aware of this. Earlier, we used to have a system where the land revenue paid by the Bhutia Lepchas were less than the land revenue paid by the Nepalis. In 1956, the Chogyal, realizing that there should be no discrimination amongst his subject, he passed an order that on a particular day in 1950s, everybody will pay the same land rents. But prior to that, in 1954, one line order, which has become a very, very important in the context of old laws of Sikkim, is he has that order. The notification reads, this landed property of Sikkim subject holders in the rural areas cannot be purchased by the non-subject holders. Please mark this word, non-subject holder. It is not Bhutia, Lepcha or Nepali. In other words, I interpret this as what? Somebody from Darjeeling, let us say Bhutia coming from Darjeeling, may like to purchase my land, has the money to buy it. Somebody from Kharsang, a Nepali, may have enough money to buy the land of a Nepali person in our rural areas. Likewise, somebody from Kalimpong, a Lepcha or Rong, he may have enough money to buy the land here, but he said it will never be allowed to be registered in Sikkim. This today has become a part of the old laws. In fact, many of the people do not know what is old law. They talk about old laws. What are the old laws which is affecting us, which is going in our favor? Nobody reads that. That's the unfortunate part. So this is an order passing. I think about the most important legislation that he passed during his time is Sikkim Subject Act of 1961. 1961, July, I think is the date. Date I don't remember correctly. Order says that anybody who has stayed here in Sikkim for a period of 15 years, as on that particular date, will become Sikkim subjects. Kindly knock out 15 from 46. It comes 61 comes to 46. This is as the same base year as was done in India after independence. All people became Indian citizens on the basis of 46 base year. So I think, we look from it that angle. Today's that identity, that Nepalese identity or Bhutia's identity or Nepal things that were being talked about, I think that doesn't make much of a sense in my view, because that language that you use is very pakka. Nobody can deny. In my private conversation with friends from Nepali community, I'll tell them that landed property any person has in Sikkim, house that one has in Sikkim. Can anybody throw you out of your house or from landed property? I said, no, unless you decide to sell your property. If you sell it, we have nothing to say. But otherwise, it remains the same. Now, all this, to my mind, a little bit, I'll go into Calcutta thing. I was posted as resident commissioner in Calcutta in 1980. That point of time, I found out that the flat that he had in Calcutta was taken on a lease, yet not even a flat in Calcutta. He had all the powers in his hand, but he did not, go for it. And now, coming back to again Sikkim, he all along, I think Mr. P.K. Pradhan, we were probably, he's one of those guys. I also attended a number of those meetings. There used to be a study forum group where we used to discuss the future of Sikkim. And Chogyal was hoping for a better status. He was negotiating with the government of India for a better status, at least like that of Bhutan. And for that, the discussions were going on. And I realized, but he did not, if he had been a selfish person, if you compare it to today's position in India, people are, very much influenced by monetary gains. He could have easily talked to government of India or through the emissaries, okay, give me 100 crores or 200 crores, I'll sign blindly, another 50 years or 100 years you want. That's not possible, it is possible. He could have done it, but he did not do it. That is his greatness. In doing this, he had sacrificed his kingdom, his wife, his family, and his subject. But he did not budge. That was was a person. That person was Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. Therefore, if I have to evaluate the performance of the Chogyals of Sikkim, I will consider him to be the greatest Chogyal of Sikkim. Because nobody, if you go, I have gone back into the past history of other Chogyals, but you will never find this record anywhere. This is a record associated only with Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. Now, the Institute of Tibetology, Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, has organized this function to remember him and pay respect to a person who has sacrificed his everything for the sake of identity of Sikkim, for the sake of Sikkim, for the Sikkim's people. It is a very appropriate. I must congratulate them. But before I close, I know I must be transgressing on my, requesting what time given to me. I would like to, of course, I do not want to go into all this, how Sikkim was merged in India, because that would be too long a story. But I would like to quote Mr. B.S. Das' book, The Sikkim Saga. That line is very pertinent, and I will quote. The line is, "A lone and forgotten man who lost his kingdom, his wife and everything that he stood for, stuck to his palace, his people, his Sikkim till he breathed his last. Unbending in his misfortunes, he dreamt of someone someday appreciating the righteousness of his cause and placing him in history as a true nationalist who fought single-handed against all odds for what he believed in." Of course, he has also in his book written many things, like he was responsible in advising him and getting him to tune into the line of the government of India. At least all those things he has said. Despite this, he has said that, and as a Indian, he believed that Sikkim did not have an independent status, sort of a thing he has said in the book. But he has concluded saying, "As a person, I hold Palden Thondup Namgyal in great esteem. I have met few personalities in my long career who could stand up and fight for a cause. For him, more than his personal gains, Sikkim's identity was a cause. That he fought using all means available to him has credit to him." This is how he has concluded. And I think I fully agree with this because he is one of the persons, he was the first chief executive of Sikkim, executive officer appointed after the 1970 agreement. And I had the pleasure of working with him very closely, being the editor of Sikkim Herald. And I knew at times he used to come out, why doesn't the Chogyal listen to me, sort of a thing. He uttered, at least in front of me, he said this. To my mind, he had a very sincere, effort, but he said he has his mandate. He has been told to do certain things which he could not have done otherwise because he was posted here. I won't take any more time because I think, am I within limit?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes more.
More?
You have increased the time limit, so you have 5 minutes more.
No, I think if you seek more, then you'll have to, it will be much longer. I do not want to take it. But the important points that I've touched upon, the youngsters here, including the merger of Sikkim, there are many students in the school colleges are here these days. The time which was there in 1950 when we were students and today is different. There are many students who have now graduates, postgraduates and PhDs, and some may come up with with the thesis on the subject. These are subjects they have to focus in future. You have to study, you have to know what really happened, what were the causes which led to the merger of Sikkim. I think in this context, I would advise my young friends to read the book of Mr. G.B.S. Sidhu. He is Special Secretary RAW. He was a 1964 IPS officer of UP Kara, posted to RAW in 1968, came to Sikkim at the instance of RAW Secretary, I forget his name. He was a Kashmiri officer. He was portrayed here to organize the people's movement in favor of government India as to end the monarchy in Sikkim. This, we must also remember that Sikkim became a buffer state because of the magnanimity of Jawaharlal Nehru. But I think with this one-line resolution of the Parliament that Sikkim and Bhutan do not come under the Princely States of India, has sort of allowed Sikkim to be kept as a buffer state in Singh. Now, but all the same, I just want to, that his book is GB to Sikkim, Dawn of Democracy. And the other book that I will advise my listeners is Open Secrets, India's Intelligence, unveiled by Molai Krishna Datta, former Joint Director, Indian, who was at the time of merger Assistant Director Intelligentsia, whom I knew very closely. They are very, at least Molai Krishna Datta book has very clear said Sikkim was merged because of geopolitical situation, which India felt that that Sikkim would lead into, with mighty China on the northern side. Thank you. I think I've exceeded my time limit. Thank you very much. Good seeing you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request our third speaker, Mr. Lendup Dorji Lepcha, who is a retired government bureaucrat, state government of Sikkim, and is now providing steadfast depth as a trustee of the Suklakhang Trust and also the advisor to the management committee, Tathangshin Secondary School.
A very good morning to all of you, and greetings on this occasion of the celebration of Centennial birth celebration of Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. Distinguished guests of the event, Chogyal Champu, Gese Paldenla, Semho Blism, Secretary NIT and all the staff, the organizing committee, members of the organizing committee, the panel of speakers here, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their kind invitation to the Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal's Memorial Centennial Talk being held here today. It is an honor to be a part of this momentous occasion, and I feel truly honored. Thank you once again, especially to Tenzing Sitashi and her group for this opportunity given. You have had a treat to listen to very senior bureaucrats of Sikkim during the time of Chogyal, and you are yet to listen to one of them who will be coming in due course. But at the outset, I would like to mention that my talk is a brief, very brief, simple and intimate recollections of my times and experiences I and some of my friends had with late Crown Prince Tenzing Namgyal and Prince Wangchuck Chogyal here during our times as their friends and playmates way back in 60s and through 70s, and through whom we've had the privilege and the opportunity to have an audience with Chogyal and to enjoy many experiences and memories and the blessings, of course, we receive from his kind, grace, affections, and his generosities. Now, as you know, in every story, there is a beginning with a mention of a place, person, or an event. Our experiences, our memories of good times through bad ones are all centered around few places, few events, and few persons. So, on that premise, I would like to relate my story in 3 stages. 1, my boyhood, where I had the fascination of meeting the king, the Chogyal. 2, my brief experiences of my boyhood through my teenage in the company of the royal family And number 3, my reflections, my impressions, and my memories of late Chogyal. So to begin with, I would like to start my talk with a reference to Tuklakhan, the Royal Chapel, which had served as the center stage for many major historical, political, religious, and cultural milestones during crucial period in the history of Sikkim. But for us, common people, it was a happy meeting place, where people came together, they caught up with their own friends, families, and acquaintances. So, especially during celebrations like Sakara, Panglapsal, and Kage dance, or during the Losung celebration. They were, of course, held in the pressing of Tuklakhan. So, it was quite evident, that these events at Tuklakhan were a major draw that brought people, including children, near to meeting, and of course having an audience with Chogyal, if they were lucky. Besides, we used to hear a lot of talks about our elders and our neighbors, often discussing and reminiscing about good times they had during Losung celebration, where they met Chogyal, they enjoyed his hospitality and his generosity. So that was some sort of stimulation for us, especially as the young people. It excited us and it stimulated our imagination of meeting Chogyal sometime in our life. Now, when think back, all as children, we used to go to Tuklakhan quite often, because that was our happy territory. We had our people, working with pest establishment, so that gave us a chance to go up quite often. But then we never had the opportunity to meet Chogyal, leave alone knowing him. Primarily, I think because of 2 reasons. Firstly, because we were too young, and I think that idea of meeting a king or talking to him was a far-fetched dream. And secondly, because at home we were always precautioned. We are cautioned by our elders not to venture towards Podang, the palace, especially towards Pomda, because that is known to have a harmful effect on you if you pollute or you make noise around there. So I think it was more about our misdemeanor and misconduct than anything else. So that kept us sort of alienated from any kind of royal connectivity at that point in time. But then the desire, that will and that dream to go up there, meet Chogyal sometime in our life was always there. So, in continuation of that, in anticipation of our dream, I and some of my brother and some of my friends, we decided to go and witness Kage Cham one of those days. I remember that bright morning when we reached there, the proceeding was already on. The monks were already in prayers, and some of them were getting ready for the Cham. And we were trying to find a place for ourselves in some corner, because the crowd was quite sizable at the moment. Anyway, we found a place, not very vantage one, but nonetheless we found a place to sit and watch. Just then we saw one policeman, carving his way into the crowd, and it was quite evident that the royal entourage was coming from palace. They came, they arrived, they went to the monastery, they said their prayers, came out, and then they proceeded towards another enclosure across the lawn where the beautiful tents were put up. There, I think we learned that it was meant for all royal families, the VIPs and all dignitaries who were the guests of the Chogyal. The crowd was such, the movement was such that we were a little craning our, neck to have a look at Chogyal, especially for me, because I always wanted to have a look at him, but the movement was too much. The views are all obstructed. There was too much of disturbance, so we had no choice but to just sit back and wait. Now, towards the daytime, there was a break, lunch break. So the crowd thinned. When the crowd thinned, then we went out. We went out towards one corner of the tent where people were there, and then, as young boys would do, we just took one corner, we were just gazing at the scene there. Out there, what we saw was the police band playing, their bagpipe, beautiful Nepali, tunes were there. and they were serenading the crowd throughout. And out there, as a boy, what fascinated me the most was the crowd was like, really classy, people in the best of their clothes, and very smart looking. We saw, most of them walking around, chatting, discussing, laughing, and they had their glasses in their hand and probably some sauces, probably they were having their drinks. But for me, there was one figure in that particular crowd, a person in a very colorful, very elegant brocade dress, attire, and with a very, very dignified, personality. I think he was very important. I thought he was a very important person because he went around. When you looked at him, he moved around, doing something, exchanging pleasantries with people, And the most interesting thing was there were other people who were also, sort of crowding around him, probably to seek his attention. So I figured maybe he was somebody very important. Anyway, as we were trying to get closer, we were shooed away with the police, so we had no choice but to get back. When the proceedings of the chum ended, towards the late afternoon, the crowd dispersed, and the entourage was moving back towards the palace. We followed, like all boys to young people do. We followed the crowd halfway through the lawn towards the palace, but then we had to drop out, still trying to find out who the people were. So I, out of curiosity, asked one of the elder people, who the person was in the front who was heading the entourage. This guy tells me in Bhutia, Gebu Bear, which means as a king. So, that sort of struck me as something very, very exciting because till then I hadn't seen him. So I caught my first glimpse of Chogyal, and that was the beginning of the entire journey. So a couple of days after Kargit dance, as you all know, most of you are young, you may not know, but there are people who know about it. So a couple of days after Kargit Cham, we have celebration losing at Suglakhang. There, what happens is a lot of people used to come from all across the, places. That was one time, when people from far off places and the neighboring villages, they used to come, call on Chogyal, basically to pay their respect and obeisance, and they came with their gifts, which normally comprise of the produce from their fields, comprise of organic things like vegetables, fruits, and a basket of fermented sesam, and of course which Chogyal would acknowledge and also return the gifts sometimes. It was at that event that I had my first insight into the customs and traditions followed during the meeting between the king and his subjects. While the tea, snacks, and certain traditional drink were being served to the elders, we as children also we waited in line with our own plates and spoons and mugs, etc. So the mood was on. Everybody was the elders, or they were all in mood, and probably it was during losing time, so obviously you will be in mood. So there was a whole lot of laughter going on, loud chatting going on. But after some time, there was a hush of silence. And then there was a mild commotion going on there. Somebody comes, enters the tent, takes the head table somewhere far end of the tent where we were seated. There were 2 or 3 tents. We couldn't see who he was. So everybody, all the people there, they started filing themselves in front of that table, took out their khadas, and they went there in turns, took their turns to offer their respect. They prostrated in front of the figure, bowed, and with exchange of few words, came back to their own seats. We were at the other end. So my mother, as all elders who do, they will take their children to have an audience with the Chogyal, the king, Also, that time we used to call Yunkyan. My mother took me with her, and as we, went nearer to the king, I did my duty. I prostrated rather clumsily, and then, as opposed to others, I had the gumption to just look up from the corner of my eyes, and who do I see there? is the same person who I had seen before on the other day during Kagecham, talking to other people in the same dress, and who was heading the entourage during that time. That time struck me that is the same person. It is most probably Junkia. In any way, when I came back to my seat, I inquired from my mother as to confirm whether who he was, and she also tells me that was Junkia. So that was another moment, the second time I had the occasion to have the audience of Chogyal Junkia. So during the picnic, I thought Junkia was at absolute ease in the company of his guests, who were simple village folks and their families, working people, and people across the cross section of the society. He was always seen reciprocating the greetings, the wishes of his people, with a smile. He would, with few words of, pleasantries, greetings, and few words of personal inquiry about their well-being. And Junkia would spend some time there sitting, chatting with the people, take few sips of sechang that was offered to him. And after spending some time around there, he would get up and go around inspecting all sorts of games which were spread around the lawn. During those times, we have a lot of other games also going on there that basically meant for the entertainment of the people. So as kids, we also used to follow that. In a group, we used to follow. We followed Junkia. So as we went around, we lost his company for a while. But then, Junkia, he switched his ground. He went to participate in the archery, which was happening on the other side of the area. Now, we will learn that he was an archer, and which is quite evident from the way and the spirit and the zeal with which he participated in the game. So after the archery game, towards the evening, again, Junkia comes back. He joins the crowd, takes part in the sing, song, and dance in the company of all his guests. So that was another very memorable moment, in front of Junkia. Now, looking back at those moments, one could not be helped but be touched by his gracious presence in the event, trying to make everyone feel at home and comfortable, ensuring that they ate and drank to the fullest. The way he received and reciprocated the goodwill of his people with a smile, kind words of encouragement, as I said before, his capacity to bridge the gap, and sometimes to have the courage to break the customary protocol, to reach out to simple villages and common people from varying social stratification, demonstrated the hallmark and the virtues of a benevolent ruler. So, despite my age and immaturity, I felt a strong sense of admiration and profound respect for Chogyal, a people's king. And this was my second encounter with Junkia, which left a deep impression on my young mind. Sometimes destiny has a strange way of working things out when least expected. Around the same time after Losing picnic, we were a bunch of kids from the neighboring Tatangchen. We were playing at Tsuglakhan. We ran into two young boys of our same age. They had a noble look, and they had people, attendants with them. As we were playing, the maid who was with them asked us to play and give company to two young people there. So we hit it off. We struck a rapport with two young people who turned out to be the Crown Prince and Prince Wangchuk Namgyal, Chogyal. So we played those popular games of robber and cop right into the evening, and towards the late evening, they took us to the palace, and that was first ever time we stepped into the palace. And boy, what an experience it was! It was really very, it was a privilege for us, common people, to be walking into the palace. So that was another experience. I must mention that being in the company of the royal children not only had an advantage of unregulated long hours of all play, no game, and many other facilities for recreation and fun, but it also provided us a unique opportunity to see and understand the life of the royal household, the bonding and the family values they shared. It was indeed a great learning experience for all of us. When I look back in retrospect, there were many moments where one got to observe Chogyal Chenpo's care and love for his children. I thought Chogyal spent as much time as possible for his children. We observed the close bonding among Chogyal, Gyalmo, and the children, be it at the meals they had together most of the time, or other times during Chogyal and Gyalmo's social outings, like picnic with their close circle of friends, or at the in-house social dues. The royal children were always a part of the entourage of the Chogyal and Gyalmo. So that was another sort of lesson we got, another glimpse of the family life of royal family, I should say. I think Chogyal Chenpo always desired that his children, then of course Crown Prince Tenzing Namgyal was there, and Chogyal Wangchuk Namgyal, and Princess Yangchen, they were there. He always desired, I think, that they should be familiarized with the various aspects of Sikkim's tradition and custom, social and religious ethos, and the development initiative being taken in the country at that time. That's why many field visits to major undertakings of Sikkim government, like Copper Mining, Sikkim food preservation of the world famous Sikkim Supreme Orange juice fame, Sikkim distillery at Rangpur known for its products like Shangri-La whiskey and 3X rum, PT Institute of Handicraft and Handloom, which was one of the Chogyal's pet projects, later patronized substantially and personally by Gyalmo Chenmo, the Jali powerhouse at Sung, which was the first ever powerhouse in Sikkim. In most of these tours, Chogyal himself took us all. And then, of course, at other times, he ensured that somebody, a senior official or somebody from the circle, took the children, explained to them what it was all about, and that was yet another time we were educated about various aspects of Sikkimese life, Sikkimese ethos, and Sikkimese economy, I should say. Let's say the developmental aspect of Sikkim's economy. So these were the infrastructures which were already in place. And of course, our seniors would talk about it, I think, later on. But for the young people, I think you should know that these initiatives and infrastructure which you talked about still exist. And they are the foundation of today's, I think, economy of Sikkim, which is thriving, sustainable, and they are the, let me say, the pallbearer of Sikkim's economy per se. Then there were moments where Chogyal and Gyalmo would take the children, including us, to various schools and had interaction with the local children. Now these visits to school and interaction with the children of the school, various schools, used to be high on Chogyal and Gyalmo's agenda, and they really invested a lot of time and resources in this regard. I must mention that there's one school that Chogyal established, and its name is Tatungsan School, in the year 1961. This school was a pet project of Chogyal and Gyalmo. Hence, they often visited the school and took it under their wing. They encouraged a lot of interactions, and of course, the curriculum of the school were way different from the other schools then, So the idea was, I think, Chogyal wanted a quality education, especially the poorer people of the locality. So the school till today still maintains the rich legacy of Chogyal and Gyalmo's initiative. Then there were memories of in-house screening of documentaries on Sikkim, cartoons, and that of silent movies of Charlie Chaplin and Laurel and Hardy, which we watched in the presence of Chogyal, and Dean and Diwan of Sikkim, Nadir Rustamji. I still remember and relish the memory of having, jalebis and rasdanas and, rasgullas after those shows. That was one hell of a treat for the children at that time. So when you think about these fond memories, you can't help but be emotional and longing for the times that had given us so much. And we have only the Chogyal temple to thank for. Then there were times when Chogyal would come over to the balcony and watch us play football. And afterwards, he would come down and he would playfully pull our legs, as we used to be absolutely shabby and virtually suffered malfunctioning of our dresses. That was, of course, some fun time with Chogyal. He would inquire, but he would inquire and make sure that we were fed, we had our own refreshments, and that was some special care that was given to us. And to my mind, it was a picture of a doting father that Chogyal was, and to his children, and an affectionate, considerate, and caring person for the rest of us. We also have fond memories of occasional afternoons and evenings when cultural programs were presented at Palace by senior girls from Palden Thondup Girls' School, boys from Namgyal Higher Secondary. Of course, then it used to be Namgyal Higher Secondary. Before that, it was Namgyal Academy and Inche School, who used to present 3 ethnic dances of Bhutia, Lepcha, and Nepali. And then perhaps that was the first time we also got the opportunity to listen to this iconic song, Jahan Baksar Tistara Geet. That was one scene which still remains very fresh in our mind. And also Mr. G.S. Lama, who is the lyricist, poet, writer, he's the one who gave us that iconic song, still has his own family, and he related that instance and that memory to you all this morning. This song was iconic, this song was memorable, and this song has strong relevance to us, because of which later on it went to become the national song in due course of time. And it is still today, it is sung in various circles, in various forums, and mostly by the young children, which is a very, very encouraging scene. Then my memory goes to, we also used to have other musical. I'll request a little bit time. Anyway, I'll just cut it short. So let me cut it down short. So Chogyal Chenpo and Gyalmo used to be real patrons of the ethnic, cultural songs and dances. And as we grew older, a little older, our going to Palace became a little less. We didn't get to see Chogyal that much. Of course, sometimes we used to have an audience with him during our school programs, sports, and King's birthday in particular. And then on other times, when Chogyal, when Prince Tenzing and Prince Wangchuck used to be back from England, we used to go up there and call on Chogyal once in a while, and to be a part of their social, meetings, etc. At the later stage of our years in school, we had a lot of interactive sessions with Chogyal at the palace, and Chogyal's vision and his message to all of us used to be on an distinct identity for Sikkim, a self-reliant, progressive society, and most of all, peace, prosperity, and good well-being of the people of Sikkim. I think Chogyal's vision and message had an inspiring impact on the minds of young people, and it seems to galvanize the spirit and aspiration for transform Sikkim. That's why towards the end of 1960s, there were a bit of strange incidences which attracted the attention of government of India and some of its opposition in Sikkim, and ultimately, it led to massive agitation. And what happened after that, the post-1973 and post-merger era is a history, which I think will be read, reread, discussed, debated, but at the end of the day will remain largely consigned to the memory. So today, as I reflect on the Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal's journey in life, I cannot but admire and acknowledge the saga of one man's lone battle against a sustained campaign against the stand he took for his kingdom, ruthless personal onslaught, harassment, and humiliation at the hands of his adversaries at home and from outside, his courage to endure immeasurable pain on account of the untimely loss of his elder son, the personal loss of fortune, and unbearable pain due to the prolonged ailment could not really dislodge him from his rock solid, principled commitment to his sacred duty towards his country and his people. I'm sorry, I have to cut short. So before I conclude, I'd like to pay a tribute to Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal by reading out a poem by one of the young Sikkimese poet, Mr. Guru T. Ladaki, and the poem goes as such. The title is Yukyang, The Last Dream. It's midwinter and soon time for Losar, a time to cast aside our failures and regrets and propitiate the deities for the new year. Oh, take me back to my land of tall mountains and neighboring skies, of serene valleys of rice and tree heavy with oranges. But alas, you cannot hear me, nor can you read these words of silence, for words have always beguiled me. Even as I lie here with a hole in my throat, gazing across the window, the evening casts giant ugly shadows, distorting facts in the dying light. O noble Shakya, holder of the white lotus, how true are your words on impermanence? In this final hour I find no greater comfort than the truth you have spoken. What a maze the years have been from the sunny stilts of childhood, the wild abandon of youth, to this dismal hour of separation and pain. But hear me, my gentle people, though we may be at the ends of the world and fate unkind to us, loving you always has been my privilege. And would you believe me if I told you that I believe these final years lonely for your love? The first glimmer of neon lies the night to me, and I try to fade into the corners of darkness, winding spools of memory. Tonight, the air is dense with the fragrance of home, and I think once again from the cool springs of my hills, hear your mirthful laughter rise clear above the commotion. Farewell, doe-eyed children of the mountains. Remember the promise of the ancestors born in blood, and may peace be your pillar of hope. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the man who lived his life for us. And today, as we stand here and pay tribute to Myong Chogyal Champu, let us have a prayer in our heart, and carry his legacy into posterity. Thank you very much.
So now we come to the fourth speaker for today's memorial lecture. Our fourth speaker is Mr. S.K. Sarda, who has served as a president, Sikkim Chamber of Commerce, and General Secretary of Chinmaya Mission of the Sikkim chapter, and co-convener in TAC Sikkim. He is currently an investment consultant with an intuitive understanding of economics and finance. So, sir.
Tashi Dilek, respected Chogyal Namgyal, Princess Palden, Prince Palden, Princess Hope Lezum, respected Chairman, respected Vice Chairman, NIT Secretary, respected Lamas, respected eminent speakers, respected members of Centennial Committee, school children, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great year, 2022-23, when a one-year celebration program was initiated by the Centennial Committee, and we all celebrated the one-year anniversary dedicated to honoring the 100th birthday of our Chogyal, esteemed Chogyal of Sikkim, His Excellency Palden Thondup Namgyal. This significant milestone not only allows us to commemorate our great king, but also serves as a reminder of his remarkable vision, transformative endeavors, and exemplary governance in the sacred land of Sikkim, a land graced by majestic Kanchenjunga and blessed by revered spiritual figures like Guru Padma Sambhav and other holy saints. Nature has bestowed Sikkim with a truly unique location on earth, encompassing a diverse range of altitudes from 200 meters to 5,500 meters above sea level. Such diversity in elevation has given rise to a mixture of climatic conditions ranging from warm to icy cold. Consequently, this rich tapestry of landscape has fostered an incredible variety of vegetations, flowers, plants, trees, and provided habitats for a diverse array of birds, animals, and microorganisms. Sikkim's geographic diversity has also paved the way for different communities to settle at various altitudes. Some are drawn to the chilly heights, while others find solace in the cool, moist regions, and yet others prefer the warmth of the lower altitudes. This has resulted in distinct pattern of agriculture, dietary habits, dress customs, religious practices, and the creation of the magnificent Indrakil garden. Sikkim's strategic location has always captivated the attention of the world, with the Tibetan plateau to the north and the plains of Bharat to the south. Passes like Nathula, Jalipla have historically facilitated the movement of people and goods between the north and south and north. Over the last 63 years, China has replaced Tibet as the dominant force to the north, while Bharat has witnessed the reign of the Ashoka Empire, the Mughal Empire, the British Empire, and its subsequent independence. In the midst of these historical shifts, Sikkim in between suffered wars from west and east at different points of history. It was a memorable time in the history of Sikkim that with scarce resources, our king has made great reforms to improve the literacy level, health level, trade and commerce level, infrastructure level, to improve the overall living standards of its people. His Excellency, Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, was a great king, having been presented with Padma Vibhushan on 22nd February 54, Order of British Empire, 1st January 1947, Order of the Black Star, Commander from France, 1956. The numerous accolades received by His Excellency Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal reflects his significant contribution and the admiration he garnered from the world. During his reign, our revered Chogyal faced numerous economic challenges, yet he was undeterred in his commitment to uplift the people of Sikkim. With limited resources, he superintended significant reforms in the economy. His Excellency, equipped with a strong educational background and administrative training from Dehradun, nurtures a visionary outlook for the comprehensive development of Sikkim. His resolute determination and strategic initiatives yielded fruitful outcomes. Let's delve into the sector-wise improvements that took place during this time. Education. The Chogyal recognized the critical need to improve the literacy rate, which stood at a mere 6% initially. Understanding that economic development hinged upon a well-educated population, he made substantial investments in education. The results were remarkable. The number of primary schools increased from 147 to 250. Junior high schools expanded from 1 to 30. Higher secondary schools grew from 4 to 10. Between 1960 to 75, the number of school-going children rose from 9,000 to 28,000. As a result, the literacy level surged from 6% to 25%, 400% increase. Additionally, the Chogyal introduced the provision of midday milk, hot milk, supply in school, promoting nutrition and well-being among the students. I remember gulping those hot milks with mugs during our primary class in Sikkim Soldiers Board campus, Gangtok, in 1955. Now I took up health sector. The Chogyal recognized the significant health challenges faced by the kingdom, including high incidence of tuberculosis, influenza, waterborne disease. Despite limited resources, he prioritized the creation of a healthy society, leading to several improvements in the health sector. The number of hospitals increased from 1 to 4. Primary health centers and sub-centers grew from 11 to 24. The number of doctors rose from 11 to 30. The recorded number of indoor patients was 6,000, and outdoor patients reached 1,73,000 between 1960 and 1975. Free medicine was provided, offering relief to financially disadvantaged patients. The strengthening of Sir Thondup Namgyal Memorial Hospital, STNM, played a crucial role in providing healthcare services to the people. Roads and bridges. Now, next topic. Realizing the importance of connectivity in stimulating economic activity and facilitating access to remote areas, the Chogyal invested in expanding the road network. This resulted in following improvements. The length of surface roads increased from 138 kilometers in 1960 to 560 kilometers, 4 times growth. Unsurfaced roads expanded from 78 kilometers to 558 kilometers, 7 times growth. Sikkim nationalized transport was strengthened through the introduction of more buses and trucks. Over 50 buses and 93 trucks operated, providing passenger and freight services. Among them, our father also used to service one bus from Gangtok to Siliguri and back, those days, sometime in 1940. And we got passengers 10 or less, but today 10,000 passengers pass every day. The improved transportation infrastructure linked Sikkim's market and villages, facilitating the transportation of crops, fruits, vegetables, and spices from inner Sikkim to urban markets. This in turn led to better prices for agricultural produce, increased farmers' income, and encouraged their children to seek employment opportunities outside their homes due to the rise in literacy level. These are just a few examples of the visionary and strategic initiatives undertaken by the Chogyal to uplift various sectors despite the challenges posed by scarce resources those days. Still on, power. In the earlier days, the availability of power in towns and villages was limited, and people relied on lanterns for lighting. To address this challenge, the Chogyal recognized the need for increased investment in the power sector. As a result, significant improvement was made. The power availability grew from 275 kilowatt in 1960 to 2,725 kilowatt in 1975, indicating a substantial increase in power generation and distribution. This improvement in power infrastructure significantly enhanced the quality of life for the residents of Sikkim. Industries. Establishing industries and strengthening existing industry in a mountainous kingdom like Sikkim presented significant challenges. However, the Chogyal's determination to promote industrial growth proved fruitful, leading to the establishment and strengthening of several industrial units existing and new. They include Sikkim Distilleries in Rangpo, Sikkim Mining Corporation in Rangpo, State Trading Corporation of Sikkim, Government Institute of Cottage Industries, Temi Tea, for which 200 acres was allotted, Sikkim Fruit Preservation Factory in Sikkim. The high-quality products produced by these industries, such as distillery products, carpets, thankas, Temi Tea, Sikkim squashes, gained recognition on a global scale and found markets not only in India but also beyond. This led to increased employment opportunities and contributed to the growth of the GDP. It is worth noting that Sikkim orange juice from the region was even served on Air India and Indian Airlines flights regularly. Law and justice. A stable law and justice framework is essential for economic growth. In 1955, the High Court of Judicature proclamation was issued, establishing a High Court in Sikkim. Several laws were promulgated during that period to meet the demands of the time, generate revenues, and create a conducive environment for economic development. Some of them are Registration of Foreigners Act, Sikkim Cooperative Act, Sikkim Food and Drugs Act, Gangtok Rent Control Act, Sikkim Motor Vehicle Act, Sikkim Subject Regulation Act, Registration of Companies Act, Sikkim Mining Corporation Act, Sikkim Income Tax Manual, introduction of metric system of weights and measure, Sikkim Work Permit Rules, Sikkim Rural Indebtedness Act, Sikkim Official Secrecy Act, Sikkim Vaccination Act, State Bank of Sikkim Proclamation on 24/6/1968, Sikkim Bazaar Committee Act, State Trading of Corporation Sikkim 1972, and Sikkim Sales Tax. 5-year plans. The process of planned economic development in Sikkim was initiated in 1954, and it was further strengthened with the help of Planning Commission from India. Over the years, Sikkim completed 3 5-year plans which played a crucial role in shaping the economic and social landscape of the kingdom. Sikkim completed 3 5-year plans, 61 to 66 first, 66 to 71 second, 71 to 75 third. Chogyal's effort had a transformative impact on education, healthcare, and transportation, power, and logistics, ultimately improved the overall well-being and living standards of the people of Sikkim. It also fostered an environment conducive to economic progress and improved the quality of life for the people. Now I come to my subject, trade and commerce also. The first 5 shops came up at Gangtok Rice Park near the palace in 1888, 135 years back from now. These comprised of shops of whose current down lineage are Student Shop, Sikkim Sarda, Lifeline Medicos, Durgadatt Thirani and Brothers, Sat Bhagwan Agrawal and Brothers, Ram Saran Ram, Lakshmi Sweets, and Durga Sweets. Later, around in 1930, a planned market was created, and accordingly, old market came up, and later bamboos were pushed out, and new market came up, and the jackals so common in town moved in the jungles. An environmental friendly Chogyal made it compulsory that only a 2-storied wooden structures should be allowed in bazaars, and every traders adhered to it. Around 1914, Jetmal Bhojraj, who had a sprawling business in Darjeeling, were invited by the palace to open a banking business in Sikkim with branches all over Sikkim. They were the Sikkim Kingdom's only bank working for the kingdom. Beside banking business, they had created petroleum depots and big retail shops. Sukhani Koti near Thakurwari is a well-known living place for the owners of Jetmal Bhojraj, Gangtok. To meet the demands of time, more shops came up at Purana Bazaar and New Bazaar in Gangtok, and other bazaars of Sikkim Kingdom developed like Derali, Tadung, Ranipur, Singtam, Rangpo, Mangan, Dekchu, Jorthang, Namchi, Gejing. These bazaars then moved the cycle of economic activity at higher level, improving the economic climate of the kingdom. Earlier, Sunday Haat used to take place in the sprawling space of Old Market. Later, Lal Bazaar was created for the farmers to sell their products in 1955. Similarly, Haat Bazaars used to take place in different bazaars on different days of the week. Sikkim-Tibet trade boomed in 1955. Traders from Kalimpong and Gangtok set up shops at Yatung and Phari to participate in export-import business in 1955. Caravans of mules in Old and New Market was a common scene to load export items and to unload imported goods. We had a shop by the name General Store in Yatung and Phari. The Chogyal support for the business community and their cultural celebrations contributed to a favorable business environment. The community was encouraged to establish shops, hotels, cinema halls like Danjong Cinema and Star Cinema, libraries, and other ventures. Hindus of the Gangtok town were given land for temple by Chogyal near Thakurwari, which is called Thakurwari nowadays. Additionally, the Chogyal facilitated educational opportunities for students from the business community by allocating seats in prestigious institutions in India. The palace used to invite trading community members in functions at the palace ground, and His Excellency continued to show his warmth and love to this community. He was very fond of Marwari cuisine, food. My father launched Sarda Challenge Seal in 1950 to encourage football. A photo in my house shows many of the players of the great olden times. Some of the names are Mitralal Tamang, Narendra Pradhan, Bhopal Lamichhane, Madan Mohan Asailiji, Andy Kaji, Pempa Chering, Figu Chering, Jioi Chering, Nakchong Chering, Uzirman Pradhan. The photo was taken by the then Pradhan studio at Gangtok in 1950. The centennial celebration of the great Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal provided all of us in Sikkim an opportunity to revisit the glorious past of our great land, Sikkim. The great trading community of Sikkim, settled since ages, remember our great Chogyal, His Excellency Palden Thondup Namgyal, fondly for his love, dreams, and efforts in shaping the glorious history of the kingdom. Overall, the transformative efforts made during the 3 5-year plans and the support for trade and commerce under the Chogyal's rule have left a lasting impact on Sikkim's development and progress. A great personality, our Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, finally left us for his heavenly journey on 29 January 1982, and his last rites was ceremonially conducted with participation of people from all walks of life, and we, with heavy heart, said goodbye with tears in our eyes, with choked throat. With this word, I conclude my talk.
Feel a great pleasure and honor today to be invited to speak for the memorial lecture of the great statesman, King Chogyal of Sikkim. But I really wonder whether I am worth to take this responsibility about the most respected person. Still, I will try to give justice in a very humble way of respectful tribute to the great soul. I may need hours of time to narrate my experience of acquaintances and attachment of having served him and members of the royal family, including the Chogyal Palden Namgyal present here. As a very young civil servant, at the very beginning of my career, and in various ways, my career has been molded under his direction. Great Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, I remember and pay my tribute. And his vision that I experienced personally. In short, I will share my experience concisely, considering the time constraint. Sikkim owes, for the information of the students here, Sikkim owes to the royal family the development of football and sports in Sikkim. It started by the Crown Prince Palden Namgyal, later followed by Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal himself, Crown Prince Tenzing Namgyal, along with the present Chogyal Namgyal, which had given me an opportunity to come closer to the royal family as a member of the Kumar Sporting Club, as was our ex-MP, Mr. P.T. Gamtu, who is present here. I feel proud to owe the successful follow-up taken by the Sikkim Football Association under me to take Sikkim at the international level of football, which was the vision and desire of the royal family. SFA, Sikkim Football Association, revived the Chogyal Namgyal football tournament even after being discontinued post-1975 as a respect to our royalty, which continues today. On the matter of football, I request Chogyal Palden Namgyal to go back to the days about 50 years back when we used to play football during the tours under Crown Prince Tenzing Namgyal, Prince Palden Namgyal, Prince Jigme Wangchuk, Prince Yotok. And a week-long trekking in West Sikkim, starting from Galsi. After playing a game against the District 11 and Crown Prince, not 11, 9, and the Crown Prince Team 9, where
We had our participated, played, and after the game, we had to trek to Uttare for our halt on the day, and furthermore, a week-long trekking via Chogyal single era range within Sikkim and Nepal border, reaching Phalut and coming back to Gorkha village, then finally culminating at Namchi, where again we had to play 2 games on behalf of the Crown Prince 11 and 9 against District 11 and Civil Servants 11 and 9 on the same day. So, Sempo may remember and wonder how this body, even though we are so young, but born that tiredness of 1 week-long trekking and playing. First day, first game, and last day, 2 games. So that was the tradition and interest of the royal family, which brought Sikkim in the field of sports, especially football, which we are experiencing today. The present day footballers or even the office bearers may not know how hard the first Crown Prince, Palden Namgyal, first Prince Palden Namgyal, sorry. Old age, memory fails. So, how much pain the royal family had taken in spite of their very busy schedule, but still gave attention, focus for the development of football and sport, for the development of youth of those days. Chogyal himself, and I said trained with his batchmates, like the first Dewan of Sikkim, N.K. Rustamji, and the first governor, B. was always wanted a committed bureaucracy. I was fortunate enough to accompany the Chogyal, Gyalmo, Crown Prince and other princesses in almost all the tours, in especially West Sikkim, but some part of East and South also, except North. Where I remember in one of the tours, the Chogyal had questioned the reason of clearing the hilltop on the other side of Transiting Monastery, why that hilltop is cleared and the forest is cut down. He himself knew it, but still he raised the question. And the hilltop was cleared during the geological survey of Sikkim those days. And the question he had put to a non-forest officer, who was, as was his usual nature, gave a cynical smile to the Chogyal. Chogyal got annoyed with his smile, and as a result, all the officers present, including the district officer, that was me, to stand alert and listen to the thrashing we got when he said that you officers should work horizontally, meaning each officer forget about the department where you work, but we have to think for the whole state, for the whole district, and take interest in the affairs of other departments also. Not like working vertically, that means each officer concentrate only in the affairs of that department. That was wrong. He wanted that each officer should know the problem of other departments also, so that he can pass on to his colleagues of those departments. Unfortunately, that vertical administration is still continued today, more specifically, where taking interest of other departments. Some of the officers, I don't know whether they are present here, but past retired officers are here. They feel today encouragement and express unhappiness and try to influence the authorities against the officer who they feel they are encroaching their empire. Unfortunately it is. But we learned from Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. And as a result, we followed up during our career. Unfortunately, reaching the top of the administration. And still, today I have completed 30 years of my retirement. But still, I remember the days, remember the good days, the guidances which we received from the Chogyal himself, Prince Tenzing Namgyal, Prince Wang, though they were very much younger than me, but still justifying their position post, used to share our feelings with each other frankly and openly. I wonder whether present day officers are able to share their experiences and feelings with their dash. The Chogyal was a great environmentalist and lover of nature and natural beauty. He was very particular about not taking any construction above the road level on the valley side. On the valley side, below the road, above the road, one could take it, so that the natural beauty, including the view of Mount Kanchenjunga, is not overshadowed. And as a result, no construction had taken place above the road level, so that all people could have clear vision of the hills, including Mount Kanchenjunga. But these days, if you want to enjoy the beauty of the hills, then we have to go to Gangtok or Hanumantok or even above that. Unfortunately it is. During Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal's time, as well as Sartaj Namgyal's time, there was a strict building bylaws where not more than 4.5-story building was to come up. But what we see today, we very surprisingly, so Sikkim is said that it is very earthquake dangerous zone. It will not bear the load beyond 4-story or 4.5-story. But today what we find? What we find? Skyscrapers up to 14-story, approved by the architect, engineers, even the Mines and Geology Department. No danger, go on since our bosses have initiated and dreamed about all this development, so-called development, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I'm quite blunt, but I'm speaking here without any prejudice, nor pointing out any blame, bring blame to anybody. It may be our time has gone. We may be, I think, still in the good old days, though still today we survive, and we have to share our experience, how we feel. Sikkim is still famous for its natural beauty, and as a result, for the development of tourism, the government, even today's government, publicize throughout, not within the country, but within Asia or maybe around the globe. And so many visitors we get from abroad to see the natural beauty. beauty of which we boast, we advertise so much. But shamefully, when they come to Sikkim, when they come to Gangtok, we have to take them to show our beauty to Thambul Lake in east, Lachen Lachung Yumthang in north, Jongri Yuksam in west. As nothing is left in and around the so-called habitated areas except the concrete jungles. In and around Gangtok, when I drive, I feel so sad, my heart pinches, seeing the rocks being cut and coming up, huge, not 3-4 story building, 7 to 8 story building. I wonder how these buildings are approved. If they want to approve, amend the building bylaws. Is the building bylaws applicable only to the people, and government can do whatever they like? It is very unfortunate. As a joke or in lighter vein, I say that a few years back, our neighbor wanted their land as Gotha land. But during that time, we Sikkimese started making Sikkim a Torkale. You know what is Torkale? You see, everywhere tunnel. So we made the beautiful Sikkim a land of Torkas, tunnels. Except the railways which is coming, there is no way out, but we have the tunnel which fortunately is not visible. Now, without any prejudice, we come to the present issue which we all are facing. The Chogyal was a great dreamer of a vibrant Sikkim in all fields and had played a key role to have democratic constitutional monarchy in Sikkim, for which a series of reforms had taken place, out of which identity of Sikkim as a Sikkimese reform was enacted in 1961, known as Sikkim Subject Regulation. Students, please listen carefully. We now, with this, including the present session going on, talk of and have, they are dealing about the definition of Sikkim and Sikkimese identity, how to restore it. Only this morning, sitting here, I was just seeing this what you call I don't know what it is. The age effect. They formed a committee. How to preserve our identity, how to preserve Mayat Agreement, and how to preserve 371 Act. We are only thinking how to preserve. Have we taken any effort, any attempt to preserve it? My question. And I have been raising this question in all the forums where I get an opportunity, but they are not taken into cognizance because the reason you also. I come to the Sikkim Subject Regulation again. It was enacted by the Chogyal in 1961, known as Sikkim Subject Regulation, which was made available to all the people making Sikkim a permanent home residence, not temporary, permanent, and anybody could apply and obtain it, and there is no distinction, discrimination or differentiation on the basis of caste, creed, religion, or even most important, country of origin. Country of origin. For the information of the students, during 1961, when this regulation was enforced, and this enforcement, these responsibilities were given to the district officers. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was one of the district officers at that time. So I know in detail how this regulation was enforced. We had to request everybody to obtain Sikkim subject certificate, including, please note, including. At that time we never used to say Indian, but we used to say old Veparis, traders. Raja को proclamation हम लिखे गए Veparis बनेगा, who were just given rights, but within certain limited areas, not in the bastis, but in bazaars they were allowed. And with the promulgation of this regulation, 37 families, please note 37 families, obtained this certificate, and they were recognized as Sikkim subject certificate holders. And out of these 37 families, one was the landlord. Indian Sikkimese was the landlord of Khamdong, Ramasandar Prasad. Now the allegation is there is a discrimination. What was the discrimination? There was demonstration in Jantar Mantar. That the great discrimination. There is discrimination in Sikkim. What is that discrimination? At that time, we were directed to inform everybody who had their residence in Sikkim, who had settled in Sikkim, but before 1946, they were eligible. And for the information of my colleagues here, which they are known, and especially I point out to Mr. Larson, who is present here, I am a witness in the Darbar, Chogyal himself in some function, maybe Panglato or some function, Chogyal had called Mr. Motilal, Mr. Khaliram, Mr. Centennial, father of Mr. Larson, and others, to asking them to apply for Sikkim subject certificate, Sikkim subjecthood. And he had assured them that I will approve it immediately, besides those 37 families. They consulted thereafter. They consulted whom? I don't want to mention here. Thereafter, they said that we are already citizens of great country, India, no doubt it was. Why should one be subject of small Sikkim, small kingdom of Sikkim? So they smiled, but they were satisfied. They were never discriminated to carry on their trade or any work. I remember in Soreng, in West Sikkim, from where I come, during Chogyal's time, lands were given to the old traders, Marwadis, Lakhotias. Most of the areas has agarwals, but in Soreng, still today, there are agarwals and at one or two Thondups. They were given home farms, land, farming land in the rural areas. But when this came, that demarcation of rural bazaar and basti areas came, for the safeguard of the interest of those traders, those Lakhotias, Chogyal demarcated the land already given to them as a farming land within the bazaar area to regularize it, and still today it is there. So what is the discrimination? What is the discrimination? Tell me, tell the authorities. It is a very unfortunate. Sikkim was at the Chogyal time until 75. Everybody in Sikkim was treated as one subject. one citizen. And they were given certificate, Sikkim certificate of one color. Nothing to do with Bhutias, Devtas or Nepalis or Bepalis. All had plain certificate, but still allegation of discrimination. The enforcement of the rate regulation started from 1962. And I started my career as civil servant from the same year as deputy magistrate and was posted as district officer at Gelsing in West, Namchi in South, and Gangtok. Except North, because there was a restriction for officers posting at North only to safeguard the culture, language of the people of that place. Only Bhutia Devtas officers were used to be posted there. So again I repeat, I was fortunate enough to accompany the royal family during various tours, and the way the district officer used to be on attention when the Chogyal visited us and when he used to meet the people. People used to put up the representation. The representations were for the community, for the village, like village road, irrigation channel, school, dispensary, all this. Today, what is the representation of our people? People. It is about duels, free government service, those who are already in service, promotion, those who are in some department, they want in another department, some lucrative department to be filled by. Never we hear, because even though I am a retired person of 30 years and nearing my age, nearing after 2 years, I have attained 90 years. But nowhere in the present Maliks also, no application I find submitted to them about the concern of the community, village, or forget about Sikkim. Only for the personal, so that they can survive in this artificial world and unhealthy living standard. So I am grateful, I am blunt, I am frank enough out of my experience and what we learned from the Chogyal and his administration. Followed up after 75, series of so many government has come, and still today, though not in service, I keep in touch with the development in the rural areas. But I stop here. But everybody knows. Now I come to the maybe out of I may be transgressing the subject in this, but I take advantage with the presence of the Chogyal Prince Simla, because they should also know what is happening in Sikkim in the present. They may be aware, but still they can contribute a lot. They can advise. And I am so happy today looking at Prince Wangchuk, not in those days, but today, Chogyal Wangchuk. I couldn't recognize that I will show him a photo of those days and today. I think he will not be able to identify his own photo of 50 years back. So, I come back to the subject matter. I have already mentioned about no discrimination. I have already mentioned about the offer given during the Chogyal regime. Now I come to the Association of All Settlers of Sikkim. They, since 2010, before that also, they also wanted exemption of income tax. Income tax is Indian income tax, nothing to do with Sikkim income tax. Sikkim income tax was already repealed. So they wanted that exemption. Earlier it was given extended only to Bhutias and Lechas, but later it was extended to others like scheduled caste and Nepalese. So at that time, no demand was ever there from the traders. But it came out after, I don't know exactly, from the time 2000, they reached the point, they had the right. We supported. I know personally, Mr. Palden Thondup is a RC Mundra. अहिलेको यङ्स्टर्सहरू त यङै थियो उनीहरू अहिलेको उनीहरूसँग हामीले भन्यौँ one of the dangerous point they had raised was give us to the old settlers also, Beparis also. If we are not given, if we are not eligible, how these Nepalese are availing, enjoying? That was the question. I think the Beparis present here will not deny it. We told them, why do you create such a problem to everybody, including yourself? We discussed, series of discussions we had. And finally they agreed. They agreed that mistake was committed by them. They have submitted an apology to me because I as the president of the Sikkim People's Forum, who had raised that issue, and they had submitted apology, which is still with me, if they want a proof. And they amended the petition, deleting that portion of, don't give that exemption given to Nepalese should be withdrawn, they exempted. Good it was. And finally, they filed the petition before the Supreme Court in 2013. Before that, the state government, at that time, the state government recommended their cases because it was not within their purview, it was within the jurisdiction of Government of India. Government of India did not agree. How can they be given exemption? They are doing business, trade, or proof if you want. I have the correspondence copies of those days of Government of India also. Then finally state government told them, this is the position. If you are not still satisfied, the only way out is to seek relief from the court. I hope you all agree. And as a result, they went to the Supreme Court. We supported them. Yes, you have every right as a Sikh, but only to the old Beparis of Sikkim, residing in Sikkim before 1946. Because they are eligible to be Sikkim subject. Since they did not apply at that time, they didn't get, but still, they could. Everybody knows the Sikkim subject regulation was repealed in 1975. It was taken over by Indian Citizenship Act, which was repealed, not repealed, amended to accommodate Sikkimese. So there were, prior to 1975 also, a number of Sikkimese cases eligible to Sikkim subject certificate were not given, was lying pending. So to considered the claim, we had to submit to Government of India because it was taken over by Government of India Ministry of Home. I as the Home Secretary, and I thought Mr. Chogyal would also be present here. He was my number one officer and number two one Subba. They had to carry sack full of applications to Delhi. Already about 2 lakhs of populations were registered as Sikkim subject, and we had submitted another 1 lakh, little more than nearing 2 lakhs submitted to Government of India. They approved only 73,000. Only 73,000. Based on the criteria prescribed during Soviet's regime. 6 conditions were there to be eligible to be a Sikkim subject. And one of the most important condition was anybody applying for the subject of Sikkim should have surrendered the citizenship of the country of their origin. That was there. On that condition, Government of India did not clear. In the Supreme Court, the AOSS has put allegation, so much of delegation. Even we traders had submitted for Sikkim subject certificate, but it was not considered. It was not Sikkim government which did not consider. It was Government of India which did not approve it. Because they are already Indian citizens. How is it that they can be in Sikkim citizen or already in place of Sikkim subject after 75 under the amended Indian Citizen Act? The certificate was given Indian citizen of Sikkimese origin, which was equivalent to Sikkim subject. I live today also. Any Sikkimese, like my children, I am registered Sikkim subject before during 1962. My children, if they are born today, they have to apply and they will get Indian citizen of Sikkimese origin on the basis of the certificate his father, that is me, has. So those are the questions. What is the discrimination? What is the discrimination? I raised this question. I have raised. Now you see, it is good that the Supreme Court have succeeded in getting relief of income tax. We have no. After all, that income tax revenue is Government of India's money, not our money. Not our. If they get relief, if Government of India gives you relief, well and good for that. No objection. But please note, please note. Hamro aile pani katachir to be a Sikkim subject to obtain an Indian citizen of Sikkimese origin. Their father, mother, ancestor should have been in Sikkim on or before 1946. 46 take a time also. Otherwise, they have to be applied for Indian citizen. Still so. Unfortunately, Supreme Court. Unfortunately, Supreme Court is nobody bothers. Only when the Hawa, foreigner, immigrant money. Foreign origin. Unfortunately, AOSS, the Supreme Court petition, they all are migrants. Nepali विशेष गरेर नेपालीमा त अहिलेको भोटे लाप्चेहरू छ अहिलेको उनीहरूलाई माइग्रेन्ट भने के हो व्हाट इज द मिनिङ अफ माइग्रेन्ट लेबर भन्छ नि माइग्रेन्ट त्यो आफै माइग्रेन्ट भनेको त त्यस्तो क्वेशन रेज गर्दैन सिक्किमको ट्राइबललाई हैन भोटे लाप्चेलाई फर द प्रिजर्भेसन of their property rights. Revenue Order number 1 of 1917, British time mark. दिएको छ त्यसमा मतलब भोटे लात्तेको जमिन नेपालीले किन्नु पाउँदैन. It still exists today. But what is happening today? What is happening? अहिलेको जजमेन्टमा के दिएको छ? अल छराबडी. अल छराबडी. होइन. उनीहरूले भनेको छ कि हाम्रो यो एसोसिएसन डिस्क्रिमिनेसन. Yes, it is a proof of discrimination. Are we concerned and conscious of all these things? Another is taking advantage of the students present here. हाम्रो सिक्किममा हाम्रो चेलीबेटीहरू छ, मेरो पनि छोरीहरू छ, उनीहरूको राइट छ, but they cannot claim the right. यस्तो उनीहरूको हक छैन. It is up to their parents' will to give दिइरहेको छ. उहिलेदेखि मेरो बाजे बराजुदेखि नै मेरो फुपूहरूलाई उनीहरूलाई दिएको छ, दाइजो भनेर हुन्छ दिइरहेको छ. अनि तर Sikkimese ladies marrying non-Sikkimese foreigners, उनीहरूको नानीहरूले पाउँदैन. Safeguard, that is a safeguard for the Sikkimese which was provided by the Chogyal tribe. यहाँको यति सानो जमिन छ, यसरी गरेर त अहिले अब फेरि म भन्छु नि अहिले अब हाम्रो यो खुला गरेर त एभ्रिथिङ होल सिक्किम बजार त भइसकिहालेको छ. बस्ती बिच सबै जान्छ. हामीलाई त अब बाँकी खाने उधारो खाने बानी लागेको छ. बाँकी खायो भने फ्रीमा खाएको जस्तो फ्रीमा पाएको जस्तो पाउँछ. तर त्यसको साथ अलिअलि भएकोहरू सब जान्छ, त्यो पनि जान्छ. अब यो जजमेन्टमा दिएको त नो Sikkimese women married to non-Sikkimese, they are eligible. They will have property right. Are we concerned? Are people's representatives concerned? Are they discussing all these things with the public? अहिले के भएको छ? हाम्रो पब्लिकहरु अलि बेला बेलामा बोल्नु खोज्छ, बोल्छ. तर के हुन्छ कन्सिक्वेन्सेस? के हुँदैछ कन्सिक्वेन्सेस? म भन्दिनँ यो पनि, किनभने सबैलाई याद छ. म नै बोल्नु चाहिँ अहिले म यस्तो बोल्दैछु नि, यहाँ सबै देखेर यो भित्र सेफ लाग्छ बोलेको. बाहिर गएर म बोल्नु सक्दिनँ, डर लाग्छ कतै आएर भक्कत पार्छ कि भनेर. र मैले भन्दैछु, we are not speaking, nor we are allowed to speak. One angle blunt. 90 साल पुग्नु पर्यो. अब कति उच्च के को सुर्तार हो, कोहीले त बोलिरहेको. मेरो त्यही हो कुरा. र त्यस्तो छ साथी हो, there is no discrimination. हुनै छैन. तपाईले आफ्नो मतलब बनाउनको लागि गरेको ठिकै छ. कोर्टमा जाँदाखेरि आफ्नो इस्युमा आकाश पताल देखाउने आफ्नो राइट देखाए. द मिस्टेक इज आवर्स भन्नु पर्यो नि. अब हुन्छ मेरो होइन र पनि आवर्स भन्नु. सुप्रिम कोर्टमा केस भयो, यत्रो बेपरिवारले उ गर्यो, एओएसएसले यता देखाउँदा माफ गर्नुहोस् सबैलाई दिएर होइन. तर त्यत्रो खेतो गरे, उनीहरूले पर्स्यु गर्यो. 2013 देखि 2022 सम्म उनीहरूले खेतो गरेकै. हाम्रो सोकल सिक्किमे पिपल्स रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभहरूले सुप्रिम कोर्टमा के हुँदैछ खोजी गर्यो. गरेन, किनभने हामी अन्धविश्वासमा छौँ. अझै पनि दिएर उनीहरूको जिम्मा हामीले एमएलएलाई दिएको छु, एमएलएले मिनिस्टर चिफ मिनिस्टर दिएको छु. हामीले सुटु नहो जति हुन्छ बरु अन्त एक्कासी आयो 2022 मा जजमेन्ट अब सबै गयो खतम भयो. जजमेन्ट पढ्नुहोस् भाइहरूले पनि पढ्नुहोस्. यहाँ एओएसएसले गरेको केसको उनीहरू पेटिसनर हो. उनीहरूको केस लागेको छ गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डियालाई अनि स्टेट गभर्मेन्टलाई. गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डियाले भनेको छ सुप्रिम कोर्टमा उनीहरूको क्लेम इज डिभोइड अफ मेरिट भनेको छ. यो हुनु हुँदैन. मायाको राम राइट नट करेक्ट. तर अभाग्यवश हाम्रो वकिलले सिक्किममा त्यो एसेम्ब्ली पार्लियामेन्टमा सुप्रिम कोर्टमा म जो भन्दैछु तपाईँहरू पत्याउनु नपत्याए सुप्रिम कोर्ट जजमेन्ट पढ्नुहोस् जब सिक्किमको पालो आयो के छ भन्नु भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो उकिल एडभोकेट जेनरल किन दोषी एडभोकेट जेनरल वर्क्स अन द डाइरेक्सन एडभाइस अफ द गभर्मेन्ट उसले गएर के भन्नु के छ भन्नु सोध्योले हाम्रो केही छैन भन्नु जो मागेको छ हाम्रो केही छैन दिनु उजुर छैन भनेको छ अन्त जज पनि हेल्पलेस हो म पनि जज बसेको मेजिस्ट्रेट बसेको पार्टीहरूले अन्यको क्लेम र त्यसको विरोध गरेको डकुमेन्ट ल्याउनुपर्छ ल्याएन भने त एकतर्फी हल्दियो भने त्यसै पनि सुप्रिम कोर्टले त्यही सदर गरेर उनीहरूले एएसएसको माग सदर गरेर यो सब दिएको छ हाम्रो सिक्किमको एडभोकेटले कहाँनिर उजुरहरू गभर्मेन्ट मिडियाले गरेको छ यो डिभाइड अफ मेरिट त्यो उनीहरूको क्लेम हुँदैन भनेको छ तर हाम्रोले वी कन्सिड विल एमेन्ड जो मागेको उनीहरू सब दिन्छौँ भनेको छ देखाउँछ उनको पार्टीको कामै त्यही हो तर यहाँ त्यस्तो भइरहेको र आज मैले एडभान्टेज दिएको सबैलाई भन्नलाई अब जनाइराखेको अब टाइम मेरो छ भने 2-3 मिनट म एउटा भन्न माग्छु खालि 2 मिनट 3 मिनट थ्याङ्क यू र एउटा कुरो छ अब छोटकरी भन्दा लम्बा छ त्यो हिस्ट्री मिस गर्न तर म 1 मिनट टाइम दिनु भएको छ हुनसक्छ आई टेक 2 मिनट के हो भने हेर्नुहोस् 1973 मा सिक्किममा आन्दोलन भयो डेमोक्रेसी माग्नुको लागि त्यति बेला छोगेल अनि जनता बिचमा टानाटानी निकै भयो कता के भयो as district officer, as district magistrate, I was always attached with the people as well as with the aggressors. Chogyal was this too critical situation. He was concerned about the safety of the people. They live in one room, that we know bloodshed. कसरी हुन्छ शान्ति गरौँ कसरी हुन्छ नर्मल्सी ल्याउँ भन्ने हो त्यति बेला हाम्रो अफिसरहरूको पनि मिटिङ थियो त्यो होमा त्यति बेला हाम्रो अफिसर्सहरूमध्येबाट एउटा सुझाव भयो छोगेललाई कि हामीहरू अलिक दिनको लागि हाम्रो एडमिनिस्ट्रेसन गभर्मेन्ट मिडियालाई दिउँ जिम्मा दिउँ नर्मल्सी आएपछि हामीहरू फिर्ता दिउँ त्यो पनि उनीहरूको भनाइ पनि ठिकै थियो सिनियर अफिसर्सहरू हामी त त्यति बेला जुनियर थियौँ ठिकै हो किन 1949 मा त्यही भएको थियो 1949 मा सिक्किमको एडमिनिस्ट्रेसन गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डियाले दिएको थियो जिम्मा दिएको थियो राजाले तर नर्मल्सी आएपछि गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डियाले फेरि ब्याक टु सिक्किम दिएको थियो राजालाई दिएको अनि त्यो पनि यो अफिसरहरू होइन अब पनि त्यही 1914 मा दिएको छ अब यहाँ मागौँ अलिक दिनको लागि जिम्मा दिउँ नर्मल्सी भएपछि उनीहरूले हामीलाई जिम्मा दिन्छ अनि गुड ट्रस्ट बिकज अफ गुड रिलेसन सिक्किम हेड विथ इन्डिया विश्वास गरेर गरे त्यति बेला हाम्रो मिस्टर खरेल एउटा आर्टिकल लेख्नुभएको छ लम्बा पेपरमा एउटा अफिसरले चाहिँ ओपोज गरेको थियो भनेर नाम दिएको थिएन उनले तर त्यो अफिसर चिफ सेक्रेटरीसँग पुग्यो पछि भनेर पनि दियो अन्त त्यो चिफ सेक्रेटरीले त्यो ओपोज गर्ने अफिसर चाहिँ मै थिएँ अनि त्यति बेला म भनेको थिएँ त्यो त हुँदैन अब त्यति बेला 49 मा फर्कायो गभर्मेन्ट इज रिपेन्टिङ किन फर्कायो भने त्यति बेला कब्जा गर्नुपर्ने थियो रहेछ अब अहिले दिएर वाट इज द ग्यारेन्टी भनेको थियौँ तर त्यति बेला छोगेल पैसा ल्याउनु गएर छोगेललाई भन्यो हामीले एटलिस्ट एउटा माग चाहिँ दिनुहोस् 1 man 1 vote त्यो चाहिँ दिउँ न जनता अलिक शान्त हुन्छ He was concerned only with the peace, normalcy. And the Chogyal was prepared to dinner. He was prepared to go down to Palden Stadium also. But unfortunately, there were a memorandum signed by 20 officers, including me. त्यति बेला त्यसमा लेखेको थियो for the information you all I will read the content of that. लम्बा थियो तर in short करी I will stick to the everybody by the time. Yeah. गरेको थियो in the best interest of the country under circumstances prevailing at this present moment in Sikkim, arising out of the and destructive politics, we accept the attached draft between Sikkim and India. Signed by us, 20 episodes. त्यो सही गरेकै 1 घण्टा बादमा त्यति बेला नरबहादुर भण्डारी साहब he was pro Chogyal pro Sikkim खालितिर त्यति बेला यो पुरा कपी बाँड्नुभयो यी देश बेच्ने चाहिँ यो 20 वटा अफिसर हो भनेर तारैतिर गएर हामीलाई खतरा भएको थियो गाउँ बस्तीमा जाने 20 जना अफिसर यो को सही गर्दै गरे चिनिहाल्थे नि को यिनीहरूबाट चाहिँ देशको त्यो भएको थियो त्यहाँदेखि के भयो कसो भयो इतिहास हो सबैले याद गर्नुहुन्छ र अन्तमा I will come back to the subject. We are the program. It was really a great honor for me to have participated in this today's function, and I am grateful to the organizing committee having given me this opportunity. And I once more do beg apology of the House if I have ever transgressed the subject to the depth in my speech, which was done without any prejudice, without any reason. Please note, more factual over the Quran, factual. Raw, you like a chit of the case of it, as far as I know, with document, with the judgment of the Supreme Court, with a copy of the petition and petitioners, and the documents they have submitted, I can produce. Those documents are all with me. Even the documents of 1961-62, the format of Sikkim certificate, the third condition, government question raised to sub by copy of the document. Fortunately, I have made copies and still they are with me, so I can share with anybody who are interested. But finally, I would like to thank the Birth Centennial Celebration Committee for organizing the memorial lecture in honor of the founder president, Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, who lived and died always for Sikkim and Sikkimis, and having given me the opportunity to participate in today's concert. And with due respect to Chogyal Palden Namgyal, Palden, Senda, other members of the royal family, I express my thanks to you all, and once more I submit tribute to the departed soul of Palden, Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. Thank you very much.
With this, we come to the end of the morning session, and now I would like to invite everyone for the simple lunch.
Princess Buddhism, member of royal families, chairman, celebration committee, students from various schools and colleges, distinguished guests, speakers, and friends, a very good afternoon to you all. Today, I'm here to speak on a very specific topic, that is significance of old laws after abolishment of monarchy in Sikkim. So, it is for your kind notice that I'm not an expert, but then whatever I know with my little knowledge and whatever I have researched, I'll just tell those things that I know. So basically, when we talk about old laws, Old laws, we should know what is old laws. Everyone in Sikkim, they are talking about old laws. They are saying even in every community, in every village level, in grassroots level also, these things are very common. Old laws, Purano Kanun Sikkim, old laws. So what are those old laws? So to guide every individual or to run state or any country, there needs to be a proper law and order. So no person can, no state or no person or no country can be have an anarchism or lawlessness in the state or any country. Therefore, our Sikkim street started from 1642. So in 1642, there was an agreement between Mom and Tom. So after that, the history of Sikkim started. So Chogyal Namgyal dynasty was started. So we can see that whatever laws that were there from 1642 to 1975, that can be considered as old laws. So regarding old laws, I would like to read out some important paragraphs. So old laws, especially old laws, it is defined in Article 371F and Clause K. So Clause K, it states as all laws in force immediately before the appointment date in the territories comprised in the state of Sikkim or any part, therefore, shall continue to be enforced therein until amended or repealed by the competent legislature or the competent authority. So, therefore it means existing laws. So existing laws, what are the existing laws? It was also defined by the president with the power conferred by clause L of the Article 371F. Adoption of Sikkim Laws Number 1 Order 1972. It defines existing laws as to mean any laws in force before the appointment day, that is 26/4/1975, in the whole or any part of the territories comprised in state of Sikkim, and the term law was defined to include any enactment, proclamations, regulations, rule or notification or instrument having immediately before the appointment date the force of Sikkim in the whole or part of the territory now comprised in state of Sikkim. So, now I would like to say what are those old laws? Old laws. So what are those old laws? We need to understand what were the old laws that were present, that were there in between 1642 to 1975. So first of all, there are like hundreds of laws, but I would like to focus on few laws. So first of all, everyone knows what is Revenue Order Number 1. So Revenue Order Number 1, 1970. 17th May 1970. It gives it gives the protections for the right of Bhotya and Lekcha's land not to be transferred or sold to any other community. So Revenue Order Number 1. On no Bhotyas and Lekchas are to be allowed to sell, mortgage or sublet the known sublet that no Bhotyas and Lekchas are to be allowed to sell, mortgage or sublet any of their land to any person other than Bhotya or Lekcha without the express sanction of Darbar or officers empowered by the Darbar. So thereby meaning this Revenue Order Number 1 clearly states that Bhotyas and Lekchas lands are not to be transferred or sublet or mortgaged to any other community. So there was another thing. After Revenue Order Number 1, I would like to highlight on the proclamations of Chogyal. Proclamation of Chogyal. Proclamation of Chogyal. dated 30th August 1956. Here it has, the Chogyal has categorically stated that, whereas it is His Highness' desire that, notwithstanding the continuance of measures for the protection of the interests of the indigenous people, all duly recognized subjects of Sikkim should be afforded equal treatment. And whereas here too, there has been difference in the rate of land revenue payable by Nepali subjects of Sikkim and subjects of Bhutia's and Lepcha origin on account of annual service, etc., rendered by the latter. His Highness is pleased to proclaim his decision that progressive steps should be taken to eliminate this difference in such a manner that undue hardship should not be caused to any section of community. Thereby meaning, Chogyal. When we talk about revenue order number 1, it says only Bhutias and Lepcha have rights. So here, what Chogyal has stated is, even Nepali community people who used to pay tax, there was differences in tax during 1956. Chogyal has categorically stated that यदि सिक्किमको सब्जेक्ट जो नेप्लिजहरु छ उनीहरुलाई पनि जुन चाहिँ टेक्सको बारेमा छ उनीहरु दे शुड बी अल्सो ट्रिटेड इक्वली भनेर चाहिँ भन्नुभएको छ. Thereby meaning Chogyal he treated everyone very equally. His subject especially. His subject including Bhutia, Lepcha and Nepali. So other thing is there are other laws such as registration of documents 1930. It is also one of the old laws which is still prevailing in our state right now. And other thing is Sikkim Subject Regulation Act 1961. It is one of the very important laws that we can consider in present scenario also. Because of this act, the Sikkim Subject Regulation Act, where we Sikkimis are still safe and sound. We consider ourselves as Sikkimis. Because of this Sikkim Subject Regulation Act 1961, we have these documents, Sikkim Subject, and the descendants of Sikkim Subject have COIs. So this is also one of the very important documents. So like this, Registration of Companies Act 1961. This also falls under old law. Registration of Companies Act 1961. It was there in Chogyal's era. So, 2013 ma amendment भयो. So, Center is asking कि Companies Act 1961 Sikkimमा लागू गर्ने कि 2013 को नै लागू गर्ने. So we have option because this Companies Act 1961 falls under old law. So we have option to adopt this Companies Registration Act 1961. Which we can amend also. We can amend and we can put an amendment which can benefit all Sikkimis. Then there is then after this I would like to speak on 8th May Agreement. Regarding 8th May Agreement, we have been celebrating this 8th May Agreement in Sikkim. So after India became independence, there was a very popular demand in Sikkim for abolishment of monarchy and one man one vote system. So people of Sikkim they wanted to merge with India. So pursuant to the sentiments expressed by the people of Sikkim, a treaty was entered between India and Chogyal. India and the Chogyal. Thought of merger was followed by the consequential changes. However, public demand became violent, forcing the Chogyal to request the Union government to assume the responsibility for good governance. Ultimately, on 8 May 1973, a formal agreement was signed between the Chogyal and the political leaders of Sikkim on the one side and the government of India on the other. This agreement was signed between basically three government of India, Chogyal of Sikkim, and representatives of political party. So after this, with the 36th Amendment of Indian Constitution, India became the full-fledged state of India. But before 36th Amendment, our Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, he has he have addressed the house, and I would like to read his statement with the permission of distinguished guests. So before 36th Amendment of Indian Constitution, and before Sikkim became the full-fledged state of India, Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, he addressed the house, and what he has stated is these comments prepared with legal advice would show that important lacunas has been noticed. When placing the comments before the Honorable House, I would like to repeat once again that I do not seek any reservations for myself personally. The three basic principles I have kept in mind, which also had been conveyed to the Prime Minister of India on 15 June 1974 to the President of the Assembly, and to which my comments are: the maximum participation by the people of Sikkim in the governance of our country, which means the establishment of full, responsible and democratic government of Sikkim. Respecting the legitimate rights and responsibility of the government of India in Sikkim, and ensuring the separate identity and internal autonomy of Sikkim guaranteed under 1950 Indo-Sikkim Treaty. So Chogyal, before 36th Amendment, Chogyal, he wanted these things. So these are the very important things which was stated by the Chogyal. So after this, why these old laws are still important in Sikkim? These are the major questions. So especially when we talk about why these old laws are still important for the Sikkimese people, we have we know what is Rule 44, which is also one of the old laws. Rule 44, it defines that, especially the generation who are here, students and college students and school students, they have to understand that what's Rule 44. Rule 44, it basically means after, because in Sikkim this unemployment thing is becoming very it's a major issue. So you all have to understand that Rule 44 के गर्छ भनेदेखि जति पनि हामी सिक्किमको सब्जेक्ट्सहरु छ गभर्नमेन्ट जब्सहरुतिर हामीलाई फर्स्ट प्रेफरेन्स पाउँछ गभर्नमेन्ट जब्सहरुतिर फर्स्ट प्रेफरेन्स पाउँछ जसको पनि रुल 44 मा जसको पनि सीओआई छ उहाँहरुलाई फर्स्ट प्रेफरेन्स एन्ड नन लोकल्सहरु जति पनि हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरुलाई नन लोकल्सहरुलाई कसरी रुल 44 ले कसरी डिफाइन गरेको छ भन्दाखेरि जति पनि नन लोकल्सहरु सिक्किममा काम गर्दैछ उहाँहरु चाहिँ कस्तो सिचुएसनमा आउनु पाउँछ भन्दाखेरि जब सिक्किममा जसमा हाम्रो सिक्किममा क्वालिफिकेसन छैन भने जब हाम्रो सिक्किमकोमा त्यो एउटा क्याटेगोरी छैन भने बाहिरको नन लोकल्सहरु आएर त्यहाँनिर काममा बस्नु पाए सिक्किममा गभर्नमेन्ट जब्समा तर हाम्रो जब सिक्किमको आफ्नै हाम्रो सिक्किमको हु आर सीवाई होल्डर्स हु आर द सिक्किम सब्जेक्ट्स उहाँहरुमा फेरि जब उहाँहरु त्यो क्वालिफिकेसनको भएर आउन सकेपछि जब जति पनि नन लोकल्सहरु गभर्नमेन्ट जबमा छ उहाँलाई निकालेर हाम्रो जति पनि लोकल्सहरु छ उहाँहरु बस्नु सक्छ So this is very important old laws and which is still prevailing and it should be protected by every generation, especially young generation. So other thing is Sikkim is the only state that we have reservations, seat reservations on the seat reservations that Sangha seat. Regarding this Rule 44, I would like to clear one thing. Your Rule 44 challenge पनि भएको थियो नन-लोकल एकजनाले हाइकोर्टमा एउटा केस हालेको थियो के भनेर भन्दाखेरि इन्डियामा एकपल्ट इन्डियाभित्र स्टेट सिक्किम एउटा इन्डियाको स्टेट भइसकेपछि के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि आर्टिकल 16 गभर्न हुन्छ सो सबैलाई इक्वल अपर्च्युनिटी हुनुपर्छ काममा गभर्नमेन्ट जबमा भनेर भनेको थियो सो हाइकोर्टले उहाँको केसलाई मानेर उहाँको फेभरमा केस दियो त्यहाँदेखि स्टेटले जब सुप्रिम कोर्टमा वेन स्टेट वेन फर अपिल टु सुप्रिम कोर्ट त्यतिखेर सुप्रिम कोर्टले के भनेर भनेको छ भन्दाखेरि सिक्किमको जति पनि एक्जिस्टिङ लजहरु छ पहिला 1975 भन्दा अगाडिको ओल्डर्सहरु जति पनि छ द्याट क्यान नट बी च्यालेन्ज एउटा सिम्पल कुरा के बुझ्नुपर्छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो इन्डियन कन्स्टिट्युसन छ नि त, कन्स्टिट्युसनमा फन्डामेन्टल राइट्सहरू पनि छ, फन्डामेन्टल राइट्सहरू छ। फन्डामेन्टल राइट्स आर लाइक भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट राइट्स फर सिटिजन। तर यो जजमेन्टमा के भनेको छ भन्दाखेरि इभन फन्डामेन्टल राइट्सले पनि हाम्रो जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो स्पेसल प्रोभिजन 371 एक्ट छ, इट क्यान ओभरराइड। देयर मिनिङ जति पनि ओल्ड लजहरू फर्स्ट केमा प्रोटेक्ट गरेर बसेको 371 एक्टको द्याट क्यान नट बी च्यालेन्ज भनेर चाहिँ दिएको छ। So, how these old laws are getting diluted? There was this ST order, Secretariat Order 1978. So what this order did is, 78 ma ST order आएर के भन्ने भोटिया and लेप्चा they were उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ ST भित्र हाल्यो। And this ST thing is, ST thing जुन कुनै पनि हाम्रो ओल्ड लज हाम्रो 371 एक्ट भित्र त्यहाँ कुनै ठाउँमा पनि त्यस्तो खालको छैन। तर 78 मा यो अर्डर निकालेर हाम्रो भोटिया र लेप्चालाई एसटीमा हाल्यो। दिस इज द फर्स्ट डाइल्युसन। एन्ड आफ्टर द्याट रिप्रेजेन्टेसन अफ पिपल लाइक 1980 भयो। त्यतिखेर वाट ह्यापन इज 1973 मा त छोगेल ही गेभ राइट्स टु एभ्री भोटिया लेप्चा एन्ड सिक्किम नेप्लिज। सो 1980 मा वाट ह्यापन, टङसिप हरायो, लस्ट, देन नेपालीको सिट पनि गयो। सो देयर मिनिङ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि बिफोर सिक्किम बिकेम द स्टेट अफ इन्डिया त्यतिखेर एभ्रीवन हैज देयर राइट्स, इभन सिक्किमिस नेप्लिज अल्सो, भोटिया लेप्चा एभ्रीवन। सो इट इज ड्यू टु दिस रिप्रेजेन्टेसन अफ पिपल लाइक 1980 ले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ सिक्किमिसको नेपालीको सिट हरायो अनि टङसिप पनि हरायो। सो अन्त अर्को कुरा नेक्स्ट थिङ, सो अब हामीले हाउ क्यान वी प्रोटेक्ट आवर ओल्ड लज भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ नम्बर वान थिङ इज अवेरनेस। फर इक्जाम्पल आज यहाँनिर भइरहेको छ बिकज अफ दिस प्रोग्राम कतिजनाले बुझेर जान्छ के थियो कसो थियो भन्ने कुरा। मेन थिङ चाहिँ अवेरनेस नै हो। अन्त हामीले वी इभन ट्राई टु पुट दिस ओल्ड हिस्ट्री अफ सिक्किम इन्टु स्कुल सिलेबस अल्सो। वी मेड अ मेमोरेन्डम टु गभर्मेन्ट अल्सो। हामीले हाम्रो अर्गनाइजेसनबाट हामीले गभर्मेन्टलाई मेमोरेन्डमहरू दियो कि सिक्किमको हिस्ट्री पनि सर्टेन थिङ्स इम्पोर्टेन्ट थिङ्स चाहिँ स्कुल सब्जेक्टमा पनि होस् भनेर। अन्त त्यो गऱ्यो भने पनि इट विल बी अ भेरी ग्रेट स्टेप फर यङ्गर जेनेरेसन टु नो वाट इज ओल्ड लज एन्ड इम्पोर्टेन्स अफ ओल्ड लज। सो इफ वाट ह्यापन्स, अब इफ यो ओल्ड लजहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले प्रोटेक्ट गर्नु सकेन भने चाहिँ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि स्पेसली सिक्किम, किनभने सिक्किम चाहिँ यस्तो हो नि त, सिक्किम बिकेम स्टेट अफ इन्डिया ओन्ली 1975, तर इन्डिया गट फ्रिडम इन 1947। Only 28 years after मात्रै हामी सिक्किम चाहिँ इन्डिया भयो नि त। इन्डियाले दे गट फ्रिडम, इन्डिया गट फ्रिडम इन 1947, तर हामी चाहिँ इन्डिया चाहिँ 1975 को मात्रै, आफ्टर 28 years। सो we need to be competent with all Indians also। Due to this हाम्रो ओल्ड लजहरू जति पनि छ इट हेज टु बी प्रोटेक्टेड, प्रोटेक्ट हुनु पर्यो। अनि त्यसको लागि चाहिँ के हुन्छ, इफ यु प्रोटेक्ट भएन भने चाहिँ च्यालेन्जेसहरू फेस गर्नु सक्नुपर्छ सिक्किमसहरूले। द्याट आई थिङ्क नो वान इज रेडी। वी हेभ टु डु कम्पिटिसन विथ एभ्री इन्डियन्स, सबैजना इन्डियाको जति पनि छ सबैजनासँग कम्पिटिसन हुनु पऱ्यो इन एभ्रिथिङ, इन जब होस् या अरू कुनै कुरा होस् सबैमा कम्पिटिसन हुनु पऱ्यो। त्यतिखेर इफ वी आर नट रेडी भने वी हेभ टु प्रोटेक्ट दिस ओल्ड लज। इफ प्रोटेक्ट भएन भने we have to compete and we will face many challenges। अन्त अहिले सिक्किमिस जति पनि छ, सिक्किमिस हाम्रो बर्थ रेसियोहरू घटेर जाँदैछ। सो हामी अहिले पुरै बेसी अब माइनर हुँदैछ सिक्किमभित्रै। सो ड्यु टु अल दिस थिङ हामीले चाहिँ हाम्रो जति पनि कानुनहरू छ, जति पनि हामी सिक्किमलाई सेफगार्ड गरेर हाम्रो कानुनहरूले राखेको छ, हामीले त्यसलाई प्रोटेक्ट गर्नु चाहिँ एकदम जरुरी छ। सो फाइनली I'm very thankful to NIT, this organizing committee for inviting me, and I'm also very thankful to NIT for organizing this kind of program. So I think most of the generations, youths, उनीहरूले के आज सिकेर गयो कि बुझेर गयो, बिकज यसको खालि अब चाहिँ खालि यस्तै खालको प्रोग्राम अर्गनाइजेसनहरू अर्गनाइज गर्यो, यस्तै खालको प्रोग्रामहरू राख्यो भने मात्रै अब हाम्रो युथ्सहरू हाम्रो जेनेरेसनहरूले बुझ्दै जान्छ। अदरवाइज देयर आर नो एनी अल्टरनेटिभ। So thank you very much।
Now I'd like to request our next speaker, Mr. Pema Wangchu, who is a journalist by profession and is a writer and editor par excellence with the most incisive editorials. He is the author of Khanchi Sacred Summit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, all of you, for making the time to be here for this, what I consider a very important discussion that we're going to have. Please forgive the absence of a formal greeting from my end, because I blame that on nervousness that is creeping up because of this whole imposter syndrome that you feel while I'm sitting here. So I'll begin with the disclosure. And Prince Palden didn't help by reminding us over lunch. I'm neither Sikkimese, which means, and neither am I of that age yet, that I'll have any memories to share. So the people before us, they had fascinating memories, anecdotes, recollections of Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal to share with us, which make for fascinating listening. And tell us a lot more about the times that they have seen, that Sikkim has seen in the past. The one who spoke before me, the speaker before me, and those who come later, even if they have youth on their side, they are passionate about the issues that are being discussed here, about identity, about history and culture. And as a journalist. And when first, and I'm also a product of favoritism out there. I've got friends in the organizing committee who invited me over. So going with that, and initially when I was told that they're going to be having this session, I said, wonderful. And I was told it would be a very casual affair. So my idea of casual was we had chai, biscuits, sit around, exchange stories. I didn't know there was an actual talk to be given. So, but in a way this is, in journalism, we try and not talk much about ourselves, but I had to kind of justify my being here and why I agreed so immediately to this idea. Is when the Centennial year celebrations were announced, it reminded me of 25 years back and of an editorial that we wrote on the 4th of April, which was not very scathing, but which made a comment which said that for a state that talks so emotionally and passionately about identity, what is lost, and in all private conversations is so fond of Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal and his memories, they forgot that this was the 75th birth anniversary and no one did anything. And that was it. So we wrote that. We got a few phone calls in which people said, you're wrong, we did do something at our own level. But I said, these memories are to be shared. That was the idea. And the other thing that also reminds me is when I was a cub reporter in Sikkim, I knew nothing about Sikkim. I knew nothing about the history, very little about the merger. But one of the first stories I did, I was with Sikkim Observer at that time, so I had a very indulgent editor. One of the first stories I did at that time was of Lukshama. So I'd gone up to Lukshama, I'd read a bit about it, I'd gone up there and I noticed that all the chotens had been vandalized. We're talking the mid-90s here. And you're a cub reporter, you think you know everything, so it was a very angry kind of, again, accusatory report which said that, again, the same things. That if heritage, culture, history is so important, then how is it that the chotens at Lukshama have been vandalized? Not much happened after that. I got called to the Chief Secretary's office to explain why the state government could not do anything about it and talking about property and things like that. But so coming from that through a time when we are celebrating the Centennial is very exciting, heartwarming, and also worrying at many levels given the current times that we're in, where identity and I would call superficial nationalism, I'm not talking about Sikkim, I'm talking generally about the world, is so powerful that it becomes important for us, I would say, to distill the stories that we like to continue. So, coming to the topic that I'm talking about, I then realized that I'll also need a topic for what the topic will be about. And it always helps to the journalist to have a headline. So I thought, since I don't have any stories, personal stories to share of those times, I thought it would be an editorial, right? Well, I throw up an idea. And what gives me the right to do that? Nothing really, but Sikkim has allowed me to do that for 30 years, so I thought in this audience as well. So the idea that I was working with was to, the headline, so to speak, would be to ensure that he is remembered, humanize Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. And why I say that is because as an outsider, when I try to understand, because Chogyal Palden Namgyal cuts a very important figure, but if I try to understand who he was, if I try to read up about him, there is nothing much really. What you get are how other people remember him at different episodes in Sikkim's history. So what we are receiving is bits and pieces of the Chogyal distilled through the eyes and pens of people who are writing about him in a story in which they are the principal characters. He is just one of the actors in that particular narration. Which is fine because it allows us many insights into the person, but not enough. There is no complete picture. So in very short, what I'm saying is, the first place to begin with that would be to commission a biography of the Chogyal. A biography, not a hagiography, because I also believe that those who love the Chogyal, we have an audience full of people like that. Those who love him, those who remember him fondly, they will remember him. But they will also need something recorded to pass on to the future generations. For the rest, there has to be a reason why they should know his story. And what I'm trying to do in the next 10 minutes is argue the point that this is not an idea just because a biography should be written. I believe that this biography is necessary because the lessons that one could learn from the life he lived, the way he lived it, are necessary for future generations. Not necessarily to take Sikkim back 50 years, but for Sikkim to know that they did have leaders of consequence. One of the problems I have with most of the narrations, and it is out of fondness, I guess, is where, and I hopefully in my later notes, if I can figure them out, I'll share that point as well, is that almost all references to the Chogyal end with people being reminded of the tragedies, which are true, right? In which people are somehow trying to evoke sympathy, that you feel sorry for what happened to him. I think it's about much more than that. The little that I know, or the little that I could read, I feel that there is more than that. There is a lot of dignity, there is a lot of pride, there is a lot of confidence even, there is a lot of awareness of where the world was, where India was, and all of that is somehow being lost. Because what ends up happening is that out of people's fondness for his memory, they end up believing that the only way we can get the younger people to feel a connection of sorts is to project their own guilt, I would say, to the character of the Chogyal by kind of trying to invoke sympathy for him. So, that being the basic point, I mean, it's 100 years. A lot has happened in those 100 years. He was born in 1923. The idea being that if we told the story of the Chogyal in a context of what was happening in Sikkim, what was happening in India, what was happening in the rest of the world, there are many parallels that can be drawn. And through those parallels, we can make sure that the young connect with that story. It's not important for them to know the dateline or the timeline or the dates, I feel it is important for them to get the understand the personality that he was. But I think in this piecemeal fashion that we are receiving him in different books, where the prejudices of the writers also come in, or their love for him comes in, we don't get a complete picture. So he has to be humanized. And for that, we need to hopefully flesh out his more human aspects, which bits of which I will share with you here as well from my conversations with other people. And why I feel this is also important, the humanizing bit and the context bit, is also because there is no other way that we can get the young to read about that time. It is not important for them anymore. The generation that is sitting here, I hope all of us have very long lives, but this is it. The next generation will not really have any need to know of all these things. There is no requirement for that until you can tell them a story, an important story, which hopefully has some life lessons. And here I would like, again, going back to my own experience. My first year in Sikkim was as a teacher. And that is when I started getting interested in the history of it. And I was reading up. And the only thing available at that time was Smash and Grab and the Gazetteer. So I was not very popular in the staff room. So every time I had a free period, I would just roam around the school and get into a classroom. We didn't have a teacher, and talk to the kids, junior kids, and we would play a quiz. And I remember asking a lot of classes. I told them the stories of Tepusa and stuff, because I read the history of Sikkim, the manuscript at that time. But anyways, I remember playing a quiz with them and asked them, name the dynasty that ruled Sikkim, and nobody knew. Nobody in grade 7 knew that. Now, I'm not saying it's important for them to know that, but it is criminal if history is being lost due to ignorance. So, in that sense is what I build my entire argument on. Whenever we talk about, there are two episodes that came out of conversations where I was doing interviews with different people. And I'll start with the business community Marwaris, who seem to be at the receiving end at present of too much hate. So one was, I think it was Chiranjilal, when he was still alive, I was talking to him. So India is won independence in 15th August 1947. There was celebration all over India. But not too many people thought about what's happening in Sikkim, because Sikkim had an Indian population. And so I was putting together a story about 15th August 1947 in Sikkim, what happened at that time. And the business community then remembered, they took out photographs, I bought those photographs. I think it's there in the Rajbhavan book as well. So they said, they took out they had sweets, they had sweet shops at their disposal. They had lots of sweets, and they took out a procession with the tricolor, and they walked up to the palace. And the first person that they shared their joy of being independent was with Chogyal Palden Namgyal at that time. And which is very interesting if you think about it, that a country becoming free, and the first person that they go to celebrate it with is the monarch. So it has to be a very special relationship that they enjoy, which is much beyond the black and whites that we see at present. It is the whole story becomes very interesting, because then they go to the Rajbhavan, where the Union Jack has to come down and the tricolor has to go up, and the Rajbhavan realizes that they don't have a tricolor. And the only tricolor in Sikkim at that time was with the business community. So the flag with which they marched to the palace, and then only after that did they go to the residency. The political officer at that time asked whether he could borrow the tricolor from them for the ritual. Anyways. And the other one is also very interesting, because this is much later. This is about 2 years after the merger, I think, 2-3 years after the merger. And this brings out what I like to see as the sardonic wit of the Chogyal as well. So the business community said they went up, and 2-3 years after, I might be wrong, there are other people who kind of verify that for me, but 2-3 years after the merger, I don't think the palace was someplace you wanted to be seen visiting openly or as subjects. But the business community of Injimal at that time remembered the king's birthday, took a cake and went up to the palace. And the Chogyal received them is the story. I'm not saying it's true. This is what I was told. The Chogyal received them, and they had a reasonably big cake by 1977 standards, I guess. And he said, "Oh, you brought a cake, but they forgot to bring a cake cutting knife." So he said, "Oh, wait, I'll go in and get something." And he went in and he. Now that differs, right? Because I don't think Marwadis understand the concept of bumpak. So they said he came out with a sword to cut the cake, and he made some comment about it. So I mean, these are stories. I'm not saying that these stories by themselves can make an entire book, but what I mean to say is that these stories flesh out the character more than what we receive in the other books, which are more about the politics, which either try to paint him as someone who suffered a lot of loss, or someone who was oppressing them, or someone who did not know what was happening, because these are the general stereotypes that we receive from him. The other bit that we don't really get much is, I mean, when I'm talking, because I'm talking about humanization, right, is the emotional side. He was obviously a very emotional person. But none of the books that are there in the market have any need to bring that side of him out, because there are no emotions when you're negotiating for the tripartite agreement or things like that. But he was very emotional, and when a person is emotional, it says something about that person. For instance, he cried when Nehru died, which I don't think too many Indians cried either. And I don't think he cried because, I mean, it's a complicated one, we'll leave it at that. But he cried, right, there because of him breaking down and crying when that happened. And that, I think, says a lot about a person. That emotional side is something that is not fleshed out enough. And when we share these stories and then when we tell the history and the story and the life he lived, that is the only way I think the young can connect with him, because now we know that very good biographies can be written, right? They don't need to be hagiographies, they don't have to be celebrations. They have to be a truthful account of a life that was lived in this very particular time. So, there is also the planning aspect of it that gets discussed a lot. All the former bureaucrats who've written, who've shared their experience with him, with us, they will all point out about all the big ideas, big projects that came about here. What is not talked about much, because there can also be a counter argument to that, right? I can say that he had very good advisors. But anyone who has seen Sikkim in the past 50 years knows that advisors are required only when you are in the opposition. The moment you are in government, they become a liability, because then you want to do what you want to do, right? So if the king, if the Chogyal had good advisors whom he listened to and he planned, that is something that needs to be shared. This is again something that a friend shared with me at one time, is how we've heard about the hydro projects, Timothy, and things like that, is how this idea of having a paper factory, I think, having a paper manufacturing factory. We've heard of that, right? That Mali was being planned. And we've heard about how that obviously failed because Teesta does not lend itself very well to floating timber down. But what we are not told is that the plan is not like the current day plans where you sign approved on an application and funds have to be arranged. Two young students of Sikkim were sent to IIT to study very specifically, to pick up engineering skills that would make them equipped to run a paper mill in Sikkim. Right? It's another matter that by the time they graduated from IITs in 1976, Sikkim had already emerged and the plan had already been established. So what I'm trying to get, where I'm trying to get with this story is that these are not your 5-year plans, they are not your, oh, this sounds like a good idea, let's make a big building and convert into a mall or cancer hospital or whatever. These are ideas that were followed through. To send students on scholarship for a course, for an idea in your head, it shows commitment. And where does that come from? We don't know really, right? It would be interesting to know where those ideas came from. The Indo-Sikkim Treaty 55, which he was a part of, 50, which he was a part of in the negotiation. He was very young at that time, obviously. But when it was coming up for negotiation, too much of what we read is so colored with politics that everybody thinks, and I'm not saying those were not factors. Everyone thinks that it was about more autonomy, political rights. There was no reason Sikkim should not have liked India, but there's so much politics in it that we do not get the nuance that could also have been there. The Sikkimese economy was a factor, I'm sure. In the 60s, when the rupee collapsed, Sikkim suffered a lot, along with Bhutan and Nepal. But Bhutan and Nepal were really poor countries at that time. Sikkim was the leading Himalayan kingdom, right, with the highest literacy, per capita growth, and things like that. Sikkim was the leader for the Himalayan kingdoms, Nepal and Bhutan included. So Sikkim felt it. You find this, by the way, references in other books. But why is there not a deeper, and by economy I don't mean opening a tea estate or having a fruit preservation factory where you make basically orange squash. It's more at the policy level, right? About Sikkim's arrangement with India and its currency. Were there deeper discussions on that? I think these flesh out the different scales, the different areas in which a person can think, and obviously did, which not enough people have researched into or shared the stories about. There is also the education, right? The whole education reform that was being tried, I won't call it reform, but the efforts at new textbooks that also kind of got lost with the whole merger incident. Education was also clearly not being planned so that Sikkim, I mean, what would Sikkim rebel against? It could just assert itself at that time. So these were ideas and plans which, if you talk about education, we talk about the government role in it. Everyone remembers that. We talk about the officers who were involved. We talk about, I think it was the Macmillan people who did the textbook. We know a little bit about them, but what we don't know is the backing that something like this would have required. Why someone was convinced that this was a good idea, and what was the grander plan? Because Sikkim still doesn't have it. And why I say this, cutting this tragic figure bit is not helping, is because, again, I come back to my story. My father was in the army, so we traveled, like every 3 years I studied in a different school all over India. And when I was in Punjab, I read about the Sikh Empire. UP was the whole 1857 episodes. Maharashtra, I read everything about Shivaji in our school textbooks. So when I came to Sikkim and this whole episode with the kids not being able to name the dynasty happened, my first question, and I've become a journalist by then, was why does Sikkim not have history in its textbooks? And that's a question that many of the previous speakers have raised. I'm sure it's in the minds of everyone out here as well. And the obvious answer was because India doesn't want it. Right? I mean, India doesn't want Sikkim to know its history, and hence it's not there in the textbooks. I believed that for the longest time until I visited the education department myself and tried to figure out what's with this. Which is when I learned that a budget used to come regularly for the history textbooks to be, let's say, nuanced with Sikkim history in it. But Sikkim has a complicated history between its communities and how they remember different episodes. So the reason was not that India had this conspiracy theory in which they did not want Sikkim to read its history. It was that Sikkim did not have scholars brave enough to put together the chapters in the history book which would have that history. And if Sikkimese didn't write that history, then who would? Because you speak to people and the immediate reaction would be, oh, that is too dangerous or touchy, right? We don't know how people will respond. So, in that context, in the 90s, we think back of the 70s and what was being planned, because all we have by way of reference are the English textbooks that were drafted at that time. We don't really have the history books or whether anything on those lines were even being planned. It will be fascinating to see what was the idea behind it. And something like that can be fleshed out and developed only in a detailed biography that looks into all these aspects and shares that with a wider audience. And I think Sikkim needs to know these. There is also this other misconception, is my argument, I could be wrong, that the Chogyal was caught off guard too many times. He was caught off guard by what was happening what happened in Sikkim, and what happened in India, with the relationships with India. And but if you read of the moment when Nehru died, so Chogyal was not just crying because he was fond of Nehru. He was very fond of Nehru. That is true. He was also shedding a tear because he knew now things would change with India. And for him to have known that in '64 requires a lot of awareness, a lot of presence that nobody in Sikkim could even sense. Because Nehru was not immediately followed by Indira Gandhi. We had Lal Bahadur Shastri, who was from the Nehru school of thought. And Indira Gandhi was a minor player at that time. It was not until 1971 that she became the Durga that everybody remembers her as. So for him to know that in 1964 is not someone who did not know or did not care what was happening around him or was not aware of developments elsewhere. I bring this up also because that's 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm kind of done. I can ramble on. So, I'm doing this out of a very selfish reason. Because a lot of people in Sikkim can just call an uncle or someone, it's a small place, who, if they are interested, will tell them stories about the Chogyal. I don't have that access. I'll need a book, which I didn't get for the last 30 years, because there is so little we know about him really. Like from the books, right? I'm not friends with anyone who knew him that well. We don't know whether he knew Nepali, or how fluent he was in it, or whether he could speak Hindi. And to know that, or to know the level of skill he had in these languages would also tell us something, right? I would like to, now I'm like really asking for too much. I would also like to know what his position on feminism was. Because he was surrounded by very strong women. And we don't know of any episodes in the books or anywhere. And surrounded by women on all sides, as his sisters, wives, colleagues, adversaries, but we never come across any reference in the books where he's calling out Kazimi or Indira Gandhi in very pejorative terms, identifying them as women. Right? I don't know of that. Which says a lot, because people didn't do that even until recently. Even today, a politician will immediately latch on to an adversary and call her out for not being, womanly enough. We don't know that, right? And I think that says a lot. And if we can somehow flesh these aspects out, I'm not talking about a celebration, I'm just talking about presenting the man in all the complexities that he had to the people, that would help. Yes, the pride bit. We all talk about how the Chogyal never signed the instrument of accession, right? That everybody talks about it a lot. There is a counter argument to that which says that was not required. If you had already abolished the monarchy, then why would that be required? But what we also know is that throughout the years, there was a lot of pressure, there was a lot of outreach to convince the Chogyal to do it as a formality. Because it was an embarrassment for India for how things happened. And we know that he didn't, clearly. And it is not as simple as him being upset and just throwing a tantrum and saying, no, I won't do it. He paid a heavy cost for it. If you look at India, which has been a democracy for much longer than Sikkim, all the royals who signed over to India are now sitting in Parliament. Not all, but most. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tripura, Assam, Manipur. Look at all the royals who signed that deed of the instrument of accession. They gained a lot out of it. Sikkim had already seen that, what could happen. But he still didn't. There is the whole economic, financial cost also that he would surely have borne, which we don't know of. We talk about it. We hear people talk about it, but those were big costs. It is important for us to know the finances even, right? And by finances, I don't mean prying into his bank account and things, but to understand that it must not have been easy for him to keep this away. And to end, all of these I hope are arguments enough for someone to take up the project and write the book. But what is also important, especially in the present times, and the kind of leaders that we get to see is, I don't know of a reference or anecdotal or in any of the books in which the Chogyal is bitter. I mean, he lost a lot. He suffered a lot of loss. There is no argument about that. But I don't find any reference where he was being bitter or mean. I'm sure he was depressed. I'm sure he missed everything that was there at his disposal earlier, and then not. The country was gone, the kingdom was gone. But we don't find any reference of him being bitter. And it is not something that we can easily say, oh, he was Buddhist. And like Buddhist, we know Buddhist can be bitter. I mean, look at the present day leaders. After 5 years in office, in one case after 25 years, when they're voted out, they become bitter. And I don't know of that happening. I don't know of that happening. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, maybe he withdrew, God knows. But in public, he was never bitter. I mean, he didn't meet the Marwaris when they went up to the gate. Right? He could have just told the gate not to open. So, I think these become important characteristics that need to be fleshed out, which cannot be done piecemeal or by profiles and we can write an essay, yes. But I feel that if these have to be fleshed out, if this has to become, this is the story that you want Sikkim should read, yes. But you also want anyone from outside to pick up this book and feel that they have had a peek into a life that was well lived, I would say. Thank you.
Ningzhi Chenbu, Zuden Yingmin Xin, Zunglen Mandam, Chibu Namgyal, Erbatang, Zudi Chenbu, Denba Tuji Chana, Grisha, Duzongyal, Mirigado, Chenamji, Kujuado, Nonsi, Ndu, Kuji, Tenma Junesha, Grisha, Nonsi Tabara, Junkaji, Nandalam, Nanda Gitu, Perishambe, Onjo Heroga, Nangaji, Misha, Grisha, Ususambo. Kamri, Namaskar, and a very good afternoon to all. Respected Denjong Nyong Chuge Chimbo, Tenzin Tokyo Chuksis Namgyal. Respected Gyalse Rinpoche Palden Thondup Namgyal. Respected Semo Hope Lizam Namgyal Tokyo. Respected Secretary NIT, esteemed dignitaries, the organizers, my panel friends, and my dear brothers and sisters. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers and NIT for providing me with this wonderful platform, and I am honored to present my paper on the influence and impact of Buddhism on Denjong Nyong Chuge Chimbo Palden Thondup Namgyal, our study. And I feel incredibly fortunate to have been given such a platform. So, as Shantadeva said in the Bodhisattva Charyavatara, that there is nothing there which has not been said before, and I lack any skills, the art of composition. Therefore, I do not expect this to be of use of others, but write it only as an exercise to clear my mind. With this stanza, to ensure clarity, I have divided my topic into different subtitles. So let me begin accordingly. Now the question is, who is Denjong Nyong Chuge Chimbo Palden Thondup Namgyal according to the Buddhist religion? So he was not just a mere Dharma king, he was a Bodhisattva in human form. He was a custodian of readings of the treasure text revealed by Gyawal Hatsun Chimbo Nangka Jigme from Changhari Nimbo, Chaptongrong, Pamorong, and so forth in the 1647 AD. We can see the prophecies that were prophesied by the Rupa Samawa in the 8th century, which can be found in different treasure texts revealed by treasure revealers in different times. As we can see, Talmud, Terchen, Sherab Wizard or Judu Rinpa, commonly known as Judu Rinpa, he wrote that the great Chogyal wrote that a king and his uninterrupted lineage would uphold and rule the center of this land, This prophecy text is the ascertaining the vows of three rebels on Donsunami in 2 volumes. He passed away at the age of 59. Sorry, at the age of 54. The second reincarnation was Karma Nyedun Tenzin Chile Rabye, born in 1710, who was recognized as the reincarnation, the second reincarnation of Tulku Karma Nyedun Tenzin by His Holiness the 15th Karmapa Judul Dorji. And this Bodhisattva also composed many texts, a manual of Tibetan medicines called the Imperishable Jewel Garland in 1785, likewise the life stories of Yogam Karmapa, and a commentary on the Jewel Ornament of Liberation, Bhagavad. Like among many disciples, Jamgyal, Kongdu, Odu, Thai, Jumi Hongruchi were the main disciples of Tulku Karma Rinchen Rabbi. The third reincarnation of Tulku Karma Nyedun Tenzin was Chogyal Sikyong Namgyal, the son of the 7th Chogyal Sikyong Tsukpit Namgyal. He was recognized as the third reincarnation by the 9th Situ, Pema Ninje Wampu, and enthroned him as a reincarnation, the third reincarnation at Kudam Monastery in North Sikkim. Even the 14th Karmapa, Dekcho Dorji, installed him as the head of the 5 Karma Kagyu monasteries of Sikkim, with issuance of letter of appointment. So he was also the custodian of Rizal, which we can see direct coming from Dewa Latsun Chimbo. This is Dewa Latsun Chimbo's statue, which is in Pema Yangtze Monastery. It is made up of Zekkin, which is one of the precious stones, which used to be found in early days. So the immediate reincarnation of Sikyong Namgyal was Sikyong Tugu, Chogyal Sikyong Tugu, who was recognized as the Tugu of the Karma Nyedun Tenzin by the 15th Karmapa Kagyu Dorji, and he was also installed at Kudam Monastery in North Sikkim. Despite his short life, he had a profound impact on Buddhism in Sikkim. The immediate reincarnation was Gyaltse Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal, who was recognized, I believe, by the 11th Situ Pema Wangchuk Gyalpo. But this is not just an assumption. There is no such source where it has been described that he was recognized by the 11th Situ Pema Wangchuk Gyalpo. Anyway, so this is how Chogyal Thondup Namgyal can be seen in the lens of Vajrayana and this as a reincarnation as well as the custodian of reason soul. Chogyal, Denjong Myeong Chogyal Chimbo, Denjong Tugi Naru, Palden Thondup Namgyal was born with wondrous omens in the water peak year, 15th cycle, Rabjun Chongmapa, on 7th day, 4th month. This is to be noted because on the same day, Lord Buddha Siddhartha was born. Therefore, his name was kept as Palden Thondup, which means accomplishing all the dreams, all the cherished dreams of Chogyals. So he was born on Tuesday, the 22nd May 1923 at 12:20 p.m. So we can see the images. So this resource were provided by the Endangered Archives Program, British Library, United Kingdom, from page 1 to 8. I have given the citation or the reference in the presentation. Chogyal was born as the second son to illustrious and gracious Chogyal, Renyo Chogyal, Myeong Chogyal Tashi Namgyal, and Gyalun Kunsang Dechen Suma Namgyal at Kudang Khamsum Sinel in Gangtok. A grand ceremony took place on 28th of the same month, and he was given the name Palden Thondup by the royal astrologers. There were two royal astrologers, I believe. One was Dudi Lama, who was acting as a Kamsopa, or the daily prayer reciter of Tsublakan Palace. So there are three pictures here. The first depicts the wondrous sign during the birth of Chogyal, written by the astrologer. The second page and third page signifies the horoscope of Genjong Nuon Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. It is also noteworthy that he was recognized as the immediate reincarnation of the Chogyal Sikkim Tibetology, which suggests a connection to the previous lineage of the spiritual master. This recognition and his subsequent ordination as Novas by his uncle Chogyal Gurme Jigdal Tenzin Po at Nyangke Nimbugen in 1931, and whereupon he was conferred the name Gyaltse Rinpoche, which would have been a significant event in his early life and would have set him on the path to spiritual leadership. As we can see, Palden Thondup Namgyal in Sanskrit means Shri Vante Siddhartha Bija, which means Palden Thondup Namgyal, all accomplished, victory of all accomplished. His full name was Palden Thondup Jigdal Dule Namgyal. In short, Palden Thondup Namgyal. So we can see this is Nyangke Limbugen, somewhere as sometimes as referred as Ugen Minduli, but then in Wikipedia it's mentioned Ugen Minduli, but then it's Nyangke Limbugen in the official letter. This is Nathan Rinpoche, uncle of Chogyal Gyaltse Rinpoche, Taring Rinpoche. This is inside the Limbugen in Tibet. We can see the young Gyaltse. The first photo was taken by Longney, the daughter of Sir Charles Bell, which was provided to me by Dr. Anna. I would like to thank Dr. Anna if she's here. And the second photo is extracted from the Sikkim Living History Project Facebook page. So after he was recognized as the Tupu, he spent his life living in Royal Palace in Gangtok. When he was 6, he started nursery school at the St. Joseph Convent, Kalimpong, West Bengal, but he had to cease his education in order to combat frequent attacks of malaria. He was then sent to Rinpo Monastery to study monkhood under the strict guidance of Taring Rinpoche for 4 years, that is from 1931 to 1934. Later on, he again opted the general public school from St. Joseph College, North Point, Darjeeling, Bishop Counting School, Shimla, followed by Indian Civil Service training course in Dehradun in the year 1841. Gyaltse started taking active interest in the administration of his country only with the able assistance of Barmek Atil Tashidadul bin Sapa. He soon became the principal advisor of Chogyal Chimbo in judicial and executive matters. So this is in August 1950, where Gyaltse Palden Thondup Namgyal married Semo Sangye Jiki, daughter of Yarshi Sangye, the family of 7th Dalai Lama, Lobsang Kazang Gyatso, at Tsublakan in Gangtok. Likewise, he married in the year 1963 to Hope Cook from America. So his children were Prince Tenzin Kunzang Namgyal, Pempu Puje, 13 Chogyal Chimbo, Tenzin Tokgyal Ongchu, Sisun Namgyal, Pempu Pujan, Prince Palden Gile Namgyal, Prince Ancient Druma Namgyal, and Prince Hope Nizam Namgyal Tokgyal. On 2nd December 1963, the sad demise of the much loved, the great Denjong Chogyal Chimbo Sertoshi Namgyal was announced at the palace, followed by another announcement that the heir apparent Crown Prince Palden Thondup Namgyal would be crowned after the customary Buddhist mourning period of 1 year. After this period, the royal astrologers selected the auspicious day of Sertingasu, which means coronation. On 4th April 1965 at 9:30 a.m. to be noted, 9:30 a.m., Gyaltse ascended the throne as the 12th Chogyal of Sikkim. The coronation took place with full rituals performed by the monks of Pemayan's monastery and the people at Pangdul Hogang of Tsuglakha. During the coronation of Chogyal Chimbo, as a part of enthronement rituals, in order to wish and present a rule of sparkling gems, Mama and Chimbarwa, but Sangbe Sokor, Brahma's ornamental life wheel, in a golden written mantra was required to be offered to the Chogyals jointly by Kyabje Khachu Dujong Rinpoche and Dorususum of Centennial monastery. Kyabje Sibu Dunzin Rinpoche wrote the elaborate and detailed golden mantra in conformity with the government of Sikkim. Chogyal Chimbo made a historic speech from the throne, and he is believed to have said the following speech. So I do not need to recite everything here. These are the translation of the speech, the public address. So now coming towards the contribution of Chogyals towards Buddhism. It's immense and numerous, but I would like to highlight some of the few important points here. In 1953, Gyaltse was appointed as the president of Mahabodhi Society of India. Thereafter, in 1954, he led the Sikkimese delegation to the 6th Buddhist Council in Burma. In 1956, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama was invited by the Mahabodhi Society of India to commemorate the 2500th anniversary of Buddha's Mahaparinirvana in India. At the time, Gyaltse traveled to Lhasa to invite the Dalai Lama at the behest of the organizers in India. His Holiness gladly accepted the invitation and traveled from Lhasa through Shigatse, Tumo, and Chumbi, then crossed the Natula border into Sikkim. A delegation representing Government of India along with Gyaltse received him at Natula and accorded him a grand welcome. The visit inspired a sense of unity and reinforced ties between the Buddhists of Sikkim and Tibet. In 1961, Gyaltse attended 2500th Buddha Jayanti conference in Japan and also represented Sikkim at the 6th World Fellowship of Buddhism conference in Cambodia. He also paid a visit to Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, and most of the sacred sites of India on a pilgrimage tour. Gyaltse was determined to preserve Sikkim as a Buddhist kingdom with its own tradition and political institutions. He strongly supported Nari Rustamji's plans to promote a sense of Buddhist Sikkim, reinvigorating some of the old traditions of Sikkims with the Tibetan culture, setting up Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. This would generally promote the country's strong links with Tibet and encourage the preservation of Buddhist culture such as a colorful Panghapso. On 10th February 1957, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama consecrated, blessed, and laid the cornerstone of the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. Later, on 1st October 1958, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, inaugurated the institute. As we can see the photo, Gyaltse Rinpoche and His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama inspecting the blueprint of Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. A glimpse of the cornerstone painted in gold and important objects like the trowel and hammer used by His Holiness are exhibited at the museum hall. I would like to credit this photo to I. Santella for within a few seconds she gave me, and I just presented before you. So this in the right side you can see the list of books which were presented to Namgyal Institute of Tibetology by His Holiness the Dalai Lama during the blessings of this Tibetology. In the same year, His Holiness Jamyang Khyentse Chogyal and His Holiness the 16th Karmapa offered a long life Tenjuk to Gyaltse Rinpoche at Thakarta. Likewise, the monks of Pemayansi, led by Kyabje Khachu Dujong Rinpoche, offered Tenjuk according to the existence of sadhana practices. Gyaltse, along with Nyeong Chige Chimbo Tashi Namgyal, gifted and patronized the establishment of Dudu Choten, commonly known as Choten Gumpa, in 1964. He also granted a piece of land in Dotapu to establish Nima Lama Sheda, now Sikkim Government Institute of Higher Universities, Sheda, where I teach. So he gifted this land in the year 1959. Gyaltse, being a visionary, foresaw the possibility of exclusive cultural heritage of Sikkim being subsumed by advancing modernism and the influx of different beliefs and practices. Therefore, he conceptualized Nyingma Lama Shega, which came into being with the help of functionaries of Sikkim government as well as actively and inadequately assisted by the government of India. On 7th November 1963, the formal opening of the Sheda was held in the precious presence of Gyaltse Rinpoche. In addition to establishing the Sheda, Gyaltse Rinpoche invited accomplished, exalted and learned teachers of the Yo, such as Linsang Khen Rinpoche, Lama Rinchen, Khenchen Tugden Sunju Pinso, and Khenchen Rinpoche Dalai to teach at Sheda. He was also a patron of several religious institutions and played a key role in establishing many of them. For an example, Gyaltse gifted a land in Rongye to establish Sangor Dharma Center in 1961 and helped Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal to establish Rinpoche Shivachupali Monastery, commonly known as Rinpoche Monastery, the main center for exile of Yawang Karmapa. So this land was presented on 22nd November 1962, and on 16th June 1964, Gyaltse Rinpoche laid the foundation stone of the Rinpoche Monastery. We can see these are the old pictures of Sheda, Nyingma Sheda, and the new pictures, which is located in Pangtham. In 1960s, Gyaltse commissioned Rigzin Haripa Lama to create the Thangals of the history of Sikkim, which are currently on display at the Sikkim History section at the Museum Hall of this very Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. In 1971, Chogyal issued an order prohibiting the taking of animals' life throughout Sikkim during the Buddhist holidays such as Shogor Kitchen for 15 days, Sagadawa for 8 days, and all other important dates as per the legislation in Sikkim. In 1970s, Gyaltse also patronized to construct the 8 stupas in Deshik Chugenge as prophesied in Rigzin Sobdu, Thanglai Limte, Nirue Rapsa, and Majayegi Tembasuba, according to the instructions of His Holiness Kyabje Dujong Rinpoche. Later on, the old Deshik Chugenge were drowned by the new power project of NHPC at Nekship. Therefore, His Holiness Kyabje Dujong Rinpoche sent a letter to the ecclesiastical department not to shift the stupas. So I don't have much time to read all this. You can just see this is the letter sent by His Holiness Kyabje Dujong Rinpoche upside down, and this is the letter sent by His Holiness Kyabje Chadar Sangye Rinpoche to the ecclesiastical department during the shipping of this 8 chicken. In 1972, Denjong Mihong Chogyal Chimbo and Gyalum Chemo, accompanied by an entourage of ministers and officials, presided over the consecration and inauguration ceremony of Pema Dorje Shinge, commonly known as Sandoperi, at Pema Yansi Monastery, conducted by His Holiness Kyabje Dujong Rinpoche. We can see very high lamas with Kyabje Dujong Rinpoche during the consecration ceremony. His Holiness Kyabje Dojok Rinpoche, Kyabje Kachuk Rinpoche, Kyabje Dungzin Rinpoche, Chokul Zongsar Khinji Rinpoche, Chokul Wonjang Rinpoche represent at the inauguration ceremony. So this is when Gyaltse Chogyal visited in Gejing Town and in Pema Yansi Monastery in 1966 and 1964. It is believed that pandemic diseases were prevalent in and around Sangdong village in East Sikkim. So Chogyal gifted one fine Buddha statue to install at Sangdong Mingtogam Monastery for the veteran of the area. Miraculously, after the installation of the statue inside the main hall, the diseases were cured. So he was instrumental in the construction and renovation work of many monasteries, schools, dispensaries, and cottage industry and other infrastructure during his reign. As we can see some of the list of the constructions. So this is the writing of Gyaltse Rinpoche indeed Chogyal Chimbo in Inche school. When I was working at Inche Senior Secondary School for 1.5 years, we tried to come up with one book. We have compiled the history of Inche. At that time, I was responsible for making this logo. So I have created a new logo of Inche Monastery, and I found out that the writings of Gyaltsen Rinpoche, Chogyal Chimbo. So I will not go into detail. So this is the letter sent by Druk Gyalpu during the. So this is very important. I think I have to highlight here. So there were many prayers composed for the long life of Chogyal Chimbo. This was composed by Kyabje Khachur Dujung Dujung Rinpoche, and I have translated it for the understanding of audience. So I think I don't need to recite everything. So this was the prayer composed by Karma Ngawai Yanteng Gyatso from Tibet for the long life of Gyaltsen Rinpoche. I have translated it. Likewise, Lachen Gomchen Rinpoche also offered long life prayers. Amitayu, the primordial Lord of immortality, immortal Bidadara Padma Sambhava, ruling over vast temporal and spiritual space, filled with the four glorious abundance, benefiting all your subjects immensely. May you, the victorious one, long live. This is for Palden Thondup Namgyal. It was composed during his 51st birthday at Tulakan. So, Chogyal was not just a king, he was a spiritual practitioner. That's why he invited spiritual teachers to Sikkim, like Charim Rinpoche, Jamyang Khyentse Chogyal Dujam Rinpoche, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, His Holiness the 10th Pension Chief Gyaltsen Rinpoche, His Holiness the 16th Gyalwang Karmapa, Kyabje Dorchen Rinpoche, Kyabje Sikhi Chungkung Rinpoche, Sikhi Chungkung Rinpoche, Chungkung Gyaltsen Rinpoche, Kunu Lama Tenzin Gyatso, and so forth. As we can see that during his coronation, he had given a speech by saying, I quote, "My purpose is to strive for peace and prosperity in Sikkim, to follow the lead of our forefathers through the centuries to bring happiness, beauty, and contentment into the lives of my people." So, in September 1981, he went to New York for chemotherapy for the treatment of work. So, Gyaltsen Chimbo at the age of Chogyal Chimbo at the age of 59, on 29th January 1982, marched his external body into Dharma Dhatu, Mahaparinirvana, at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York City, while in the state of meditation. In the presence of His Holiness the 4th Dorchen Rinpoche, 5 other Buddhist eminent lamas, beside all his surviving children and son-in-law, Mr. Simon Abraham, were at his bedside at the time of his passing away. His mortal remains were flown to Gangtok, and also the funeral rites were taken place for 21st day, according to the Buddhist ritual. His Holiness Kyabje Lugu Khyentse Rinpoche presided over the funeral prayer at Tulakan in 1982. During the cremation at Lukshama at 1:20 p.m. The cremation took place at 1:20 p.m. in Lukshama, if I am not wrong. And Yap Rinzin Gyatso leading the main procession. So this is the treatment at Tagatishli, which I took during this winter, receiving the teachings from Khenchen Palden Rinpoche, built by Dendrong Myong Chogyal Chimbo Namgyal and consecrated by Dorchen Rinpoche. I would like to conclude with the words saying that Buddhist texts and literatures contains prophecies of Guru Padma Sambhava regarding Dev Demajong. In this context, we must appreciate the contributions made by the Namgyal dynasty towards the historic, religious, and cultural values that we cherish today. Dendrong Myong Chogyal Chimbo was truly the architect of modern Sikkim and a historical figure, an icon, and a legend. The late Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal always upheld the sentiments of the Sikkimese people and never revered in ensuring the interest of Sikkimese people or his subjects. Article 371F, which is cherished and safeguarded today, stands as his parting gift to all of us. On this day, we remember him and express our gratitude to Chogyal Chimpu for his selflessness and unmatched contribution. The Sikkimese society remains forever indebted to you. Thank you, Tashidar.
Good afternoon. Your Highness, respected Chogyal, Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess, and respected panelists over there, and my respected students. I'm a poet, they say I'm a poet, so I can recite poetry. Apart from that, standing here, there's only one thing. See, running in my head is that, yes, I'm blessed, nothing more than that. Just to be here in front of few of my idols, in front of Chogyal, this is the blessing, I believe. Though I have 20 minutes, it might be a long time for me, I have written this poetry a few years ago, maybe 6-7 years ago. This was my tribute to the late Chogyal and to the Namgyal dynasty. I come from a small village called Tibetology. It's there at Sovereign. And the way I was brought up, I didn't have that like education. I'm a regular guy, and I will include regular guy though I'm an engineer. I did my engineering from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. But right now, I'm babysitting. I have a small baby, so I write poetry, I read books, and I study. Coming to this poetry, as I said, I wrote it 6-7 years ago, and it is my privilege to recite in front of Your Highness and entire guests. I hope my poetry will touches you also. Let me finish this recitation, then I'll try to talk a bit about my journey and how much I love. I'll tell that afterwards, please. Let me recite this poetry. The topic is remembering the jewel of art. With new hopes to all his subjects, scope of development with resources available, trying his best to bring peasants' rights. Righteous one from the house of Namgyals and was among the brides. Establishing the moral Asian state, enhancing per capita with literary rate, made Sikkim visible to explorers, then marrying Her Highness Cook, which opened unexplored gates. The second last righteous leader he was. His Highness was the nicest of men as such. Old tales and stories that I remember. The legacy which should never be dismembered. Then the emergency called by administrative allies. The noble king was left without ties, consuming barbituaries, his sorrows and undeniable circumstances. Is the ground where democracy within the state lies. Remembering you on 22nd day of May, the memories and deeds shall always stay. Though the timing of your reign was tough, where the cruel influence of democracy, I repeat, where the cruel influence of democracy seemed all enough. Thank you. This was the poetry. it was good enough. I hope so they liked it. Thank you. And coming back to the problems that I need to talk. So maybe get topics. After listening to such great personalities over here, I'm just a kid in front of them. But you know, what I have understood till this 31 years of my life is that even the greats like Aristotle and Plato, they said democracy is not the particular, not the particular way, but there was no option there. That's why everyone opted for democracy. But right now, not just here in Sikkim, even in the international stage, when we see Russia, when we see Ukraine, we are very peace-loving people, right? But I feel that at times, I might be wrong, I feel that monarchy was a better system. This is my feeling. I swear, this is my feeling. When I see the democracy these days, it hurts me. My heart gets aches. I truly do that. It never excites me. But what to do? There is no option here. We need to follow the systems which we have, which our ancestors fought. Now, I was reading this book. I was talking to the other day also. I was reading this book by George W. Biggs. It's been just a few months ago. I was reading this book. What I found is that if we, though I'm an engineer, but my love was always for literature and history. When reading this book, after completing the book, what I found is that when we try to dig up our roots or the history itself, it gives you pain. It only gives you pain. Yeah, we need to understand, we need to read. Until and unless we don't know our past, we cannot make our future. This is what I strongly believe. So, the great works, I have mentioned in poetry also, the great works our late king does for us, has done for us. Likewise, our esteemed sir, they were talking about what were the reforms that he brought and how loving king. In Nepali, what my grandfather, what he used to say is that, Nani, Raja Bhani, Bhagwan, I was taught that way. King is God for me. That's how I was taught. But democracy came. Now we are having good times. I don't know. As Professor said, but there's one but. This like that. And even I get stuck with this but at times. But then again, our young people over here, students. Last time I visited Choosing School. It was such a fascinating time for me. I wrote one poetry over there also. I was so impressed with the school kids these days. But we should understand, until and unless we don't know our history, like Rogan was saying, he was telling that we need to introduce our history in school books. I have been telling this. The one who knows me, I have been telling this. Yes, we need to know. I was bit fortunate enough, privileged, because my father, he writes, my grandfather, he also used to write. So we had library at home. Thankfully, I found this book, The Time Change, the whole book, Her Highness. I found this book and I read it. And apart from those books, I'm privileged enough, so because we have library at home, because of that, I tend to get books. Or else, my father's circle, from my father's circle, they used to come in, Nani, you read this book. That's how I am trying to enhance my knowledge. Now, coming to, I want to share my story. Okay, I guess I hope you guys won't get bored enough if I share this. Shall I please? Thank you. Thank you. As I said, I come from a very small village. I did my schooling from government school only. Though my kindergarten was in Don Bosco, I did from there, but after that I joined government school, my father's school, and I started my studies there. And the love for literature was from my love for literature and history mainly was from childhood. I used to pen down small haikus and all, and I used to read many books.
I can stay without having my lunch, but I cannot stay without books. This is the true story. My mom knows this. My mother, she knows. And after my this schooling, I did my polytechnic. Even there also my teachers used to say, Rahal, come on, you should be doing something else. Why you are here in technical education? And I was like, come on, my parents tell me what to do. I have to complete my engineering, right? Then I finished my polytechnic. At that time also I used to write, and I used to send my poetries to big houses where they take 3-4 years of time just to accept or deny. And fortunately enough, during 2011, I got a call from England, and it was the happiest day of my life. They said there is this publication of Spillworks publication. They said, Rahal, the mail was there, and your poetry is selected. Patriarchy, the feminist works, that form was selected there. And I was so happy. And I was just finishing my polytechnic there. And my father said, no need to do job, go and study more. Okay, Papa, I'll go. And I went to Hyderabad for my this BTech graduation. It took me 2 extra years because I'm very bad in mathematics. That made me so. And while doing my BTech, I wrote one poetry book, Waking Up Story, Tales of Travel Poetry. I wrote that. There are 62 poems in that first version. I wrote it in a sea beach, Gokarna beach. I stayed there for say 2 weeks, and I completed that book. I did it self-publishing. I didn't ask any publisher. I did it self-publishing, though it's available through Amazon and everywhere. And after that, I came to Sikkim, and what I felt is that I don't know why I felt, but I felt this. I felt my society is going downwards, and I want to quote something from Parijat, the late, one of my favorite writers. She said, Nepali, I have to tell this in Nepali. She said, जब चाहिँ राजनीतिले साहित्यलाई बाटो देखाउँछ, समाज गिर्छ, उँधो जान्छ। साहित्यले चाहिँ राजनीतिलाई बाटो देखाउनु पर्छ है। Literature should teach politics how to move, not the politics that teaches literature. These days I feel, I'm sorry, I'm pretty young to state this, but yes, I do state this. I want to, that politics is running our literature, which is a sad state, I must say. Now, I'm sorry, I might sound rude, but this is the true story. Now, during 2020, when the pandemic, we all were closed inside, my genre of writing is narrative poetry. And that time, within that year, I wrote 2020 epic. It's a narrative poetry. And after publishing that, few people, they liked it. Few people, I don't know, they might like it, but people started, you need to write more. And that I got few appreciations, which give me zeal and just to work more and to do something for literature. And what I started then, I also published one. I still do is that a book which is not my book, it's our book, because the name of that book is Chogyal. The name of that book is Tribute to Adi Kavi. It is a tribute to Bhanubhakta Acharya. But what I have done is that is the only book where you can write in any languages. I mean it. You can write in any languages. Latin to Limbu, Farsi to French, any languages. But the one thing is there, you need to have an English translation of your poetry for the global readers. And I have been doing that. This year it's 4th edition is coming, and I'm compiling that work on it. Besides that, I feel, as I already quote also, literature should be treated much nicely. Today, being here, thank you to my deepest thank you to NIT. I just sang one message and they said, oh, come over. And that was like dream come true for me. And this kind of, this kind of, our fellow speakers, this kind of
gatherings are important because we should not forget where we are coming from. As there is a good song, a reggae song, if you want to know your history, you should know where you're coming from, right? As Bob Marley, the way you say. So, we need to do this kind of sessions, even in schools, we need to adapt, I strongly feel, we need to adapt our history, how our king was. It's a proud thing to be a subject. I already said, I might be wrong, but at times I feel in monarchy there is only one king. But you see, in democracy, everyone is king. That is the problem. One king or everyone is king. Where you find better? But we cannot deny there is no option left. We need to make our state better. We need to make our society better. My dear respected students, we need to read books. Until and unless we don't read books, we cannot write. We need to spend time with our elders. Google is not everything, I feel that. Whenever I visit Timor, though I live here, but whenever I visit Timor, I visit few of my elders there. And it gives me immense pleasure to just listen the tales, the folklores that they used to tell me. Now, a disease is also there in our society. That is, I call it a disease, until and unless you don't know how to use it. That's internet. You should know how to use internet. If we abuse it, that's a disease. Peculiarly a disease. Now, the ChatGPT, AI, lot of things are coming. I might see, during the span of few years, we like poets, writers will be, editors will be swept away. Everything will be done by ChatGPT and stuff. Why do you think? Therefore, we should not let our rich heritage go. You see, we need to respect, we need to learn, at least we need to know. It's not about community, it's not about class. I'll tell you one story. How mad I am. Seriously. I have a little older daughter, Secretary Aida. That was her birthday. Okay, and we were at hospital. Not birthday, the day she came to this bonding. And one little nurse came and she said, "Sir, you need to fill this form." I was checking the form. Over there was religion section. In my entire lifespan, I've never written my religion. I don't have religion, I'm sorry to say. I'm just Kisan. Dahal is also, you can take it, no worries. Okay? Then I was arguing with that little nurse, like a foolish guy. And my sister Kusu, she works for this health department and she came with Nawar and another person. And I was like, no, I won't write my religion. No, I don't have my religion. If you ask me my religion, Shimani, I love everything. During that flight ticket, during that train ticket, every time I was fighting, but at the end I have to write. And this mentality came to me because of 9 years of my spiritual education. From Sri Sathya Sai organization, I was there for 9 years where I learned almost, I won't say everything, because no one can learn everything. Life itself is a learning journey. I was fortunate enough to learn, to read, to study the Holy Quran, then Bible, then even our Vedas. I was taught all those things. And that gives me one immense pleasure. There is nothing in religion or anything, caste or something. We all are humans. We should never forget this. This is the reason why I told you the parallel story of mine. Let's read books, okay, let's make a habit. If you are, even from, I can see many faces, faces which I know, from Readers Association, Narban Mandari College, then even our own liberal book house, book club, liberal book club, I can see faces. And this gives me pleasure, this gives me happiness. Materialistic gain is something you leave and you go, okay, here itself. But the spiritual knowledge or mostly, I tend to say it that way. Let's do something. Let's do something for society. Let's do something for the way our elders left Sikkim. We have to live a bit better than that. I'm sorry to say that, though it's great, but that is what I feel. Our responsibility is that we should leave a better Sikkim for our coming generations. And with this note, I guess when my time is also finished, when I have this Vani Prasaran, the PA system, I love talking. I'm sorry. And thank you, Your Highness. I'm totally blessed to have you.
Then we'll have the felicitation ceremony, for which I would like to request Chogyal Palden Thondup to kindly give away the Centennial Medal of Honor and certificates and gifts to the speakers. First speaker is Mr. G.S. Lama. I think the round of applause should be more louder. Next, I request the Secretary Langley to kindly deliver his vote of thanks for today's meeting.
Now we have come down to the end of the program. So before I convey a vote of thanks, I just want to say a little bit of my past experience. When our first speaker, Sir G.S. Lama, was narrating something about Taha Bhakta Krishna Rangi, it really reminded and reflected one of my school days when I was badly beaten up while singing this song. That was the old assembly hall when I was leading the crowd as a school captain. And that first agitation was started by the students. And what happened was, actually, I was very much innocent. We had never heard about strike, something like chicha, something we had never seen and heard about. But what happened was, on the 3rd of April, 1973, I was preparing for the next day, March past, in Palden Stadium. Suddenly, at 7:30 in the evening, one vehicle came. So, that time, I was just ironing my pants, preparing for the next day, March past. There I saw Chogyal Palden and Chogyal they had come to my place with a jeep. I still remember the number of the jeep was SKM 382. That belongs to Education Department. Nari Babula's jeep was there. So they came at around 7:30. So they came and I welcomed them to my house. Then they said that tomorrow some strike is going to go. Then I was wondering what is a strike. We had never seen a strike like that. So I was just not bothering what they were saying. Then lots of people were moving in the roadside. So then I was wondering as a student, I was 10 higher secondary school captain. Some people say that tomorrow Golden Jubilee of Myang Chogyal was celebrating, that's what crowd was there. So I was thinking the same. So then after around 2 hours later, now they were insisting me to call all the school captain. I was wondering what to do now. Then I collected 5 school captains from the five higher secondary school. Incheon school was represented by Chezang. He's no more. He's no more. Then TNU was represented by Captain Prakash. Then girls' school was Nirata and Balili, we call her, the union. And West Point was Susan, something like that, Susan Pradhan and myself. So we all gathered in my house talking about the strike. What is the strike? Nobody knows again. So in the end, what happened was, everybody said that Tian Higher Secondary is the leading school. Whatever the Tian Higher Secondary does it, will follow you. Then it was already 10:30, 11 in the night. So we all dispersed. The next morning, again we were preparing to go for Palden Thondup for March March. Then when I was going to Bazaar, lots of people were moving. Then I didn't realize what I had said the night before. The moment I crossed Green Hotel on foot, I saw so many students in their uniform lined up. Ayo, what? I looked back, nobody was there, no? So I was wondering what's happening. So they were waiting for me. Because last night I said that we'll gather there, no? In front of metro. I'll be listening and all that. I looked back, nobody was there, it was me. Then I went, all the schools were lined up. Okay, higher secondary has to beat. I didn't know what to do. Then, all assembly hall, that's my page 0.1, we were supposed to go that side, sir. Then I remember one girl from girls' school, Karuna Khati. She was there in the front. So she carried the Sikkim flag. Only one flag we had in the hand. Then I said, no, let's move. So we all started moving up. There was a police line up in the hospital training. We crossed that. Second was High Court line. We crossed that. Then third was Community Center Hall that time. We crossed that. The more we were crossing, we were more excited. The students started running. Then the little up, then there was 2 lines, 3 lines, something like that. It was quite, situation was difficult, we saw. We crossed that, it was Sikkim police only. Last one was the assembly hall. Then there was a long rope on the ground. Then I saw all Indian, that black faces, Lambu police and all that, with the civil and all that. Then I was telling the students not to run, but we all ran away. We were running. Then that time the CRP and we clashed.
and I was in the front as a school captain. It was very difficult. We were pressed from the CRP, back from the student and the public, sandwiched. And like, I don't know what happened. Then suddenly we saw something flew off. It was something tear gas. We had never seen before. Something, the smoke just went up down, no? Then I was started burning. And I still remember the first cell went to the Angiga's sister, the one who was nurse in the hospital. Her eldest or younger sister, she got in her leg. Then she fainted. We managed to took out the tear gas. Then the CRP started throwing stone and all the lathi charges. Bashed up. And my maximum students were all, they were floating in the thing, Najim, how blood, like everything, you will stand up. And that was the time, sir, I first time heard about Jahan Bhakta Krishna Rangi. That song we started singing. So when sir was talking about Krishna Rangi, I was remembering those were the beautiful days that we were written up badly. So that was an experience. So then after that, we had a nice fight with CRPs, 4-5 times, and the hospital was full of students. I went to see them. And from that evening, I was in the palace with 14 of my friends for about 2 weeks. In the volunteer, we were inside. Anyway, that was a part of my student life. Okay, now second is that I'm coming back to the subject is that as we all know that we have 371, as we talk about, we hear about 8 May agreement, we hear so many things. But my point is, we often talk about Sikkim subject. Now, many of the young people, the students, what do you mean, what do you understand by Sikkim subject? What is subject, what is Sikkim? Sikkim subject. So today we talk about COI. COI is for the Sikkim subject. Now what subject is this? Whose subject are we? So that means we are subject of the Chogyal. We are subject of the king. And who had given us the COI, Sikkim subject protection. Not only for Bhutia, Lepcha, it's for universal, all the communities. So we are Sikkim subject holder, and this is blessed by, given by our late 12th Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. So you remember all this now, this is the definition of subject. What is subject? You have to understand that. And the importance of the Sikkim subject, we are well protected by the Sikkim subject, and we are blessed that today we all are so much free. So we are very much happy to say, so we are Sikkim subject of the 12th Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. We have to be very, very grateful. And this subject will not go to anyone. It will come from our parents and it will go to our generation. It will not go to any third party. So it's only our lineage. So we are well protected in the future also. Right? So we have to be very much thankful to the Chogyal Palden Thondup Namgyal. So he was the man who has really given his love and affection to his citizen. So this way we are now celebrating his 100th Centennial birth celebration. And as you all know that since last year, May 22, we have started, and after a long journey, now this year we are coming to an end. Today is the first day of the closing ceremony of Centennial celebration. So today I'm very much thankful to especially Chogyal, the Chogyal Sikkim, then the Crown Prince, then the Princess. And particularly I'm very much thankful to all the participants. Today we really knew so many things today, although we knew so many things in the past also. So it's like that. It's a very beautiful day that today I feel that all of you have come here. I'm very much thankful to all of you, in fact. And we are trying to put one chapter compulsory in the school. we are requesting to the government for their knowledge of the younger generation, at least one chapter of about Sikkim history to be included in the chapter, in the school course. That can be 5 to 8 or 1 to 11, whatever it is, we are trying to put it up. And before I end up, this program is started today, it will end on 22nd. 22nd, we have a big program in our garden here. Please all are invited. Don't expect individual cards, invitation card. This is e-invitation, all are open. Please join us. We'll start from 10 in the morning. On the 10th, we have got lots of people coming from districts. There are lots of activities, the programs will be there. And we have requested governor also, because he is the president of this institute, but he'll be away. That's what we heard about. So Chief Minister will be coming at 10 in the morning. Maybe all the cabinet ministers will be coming. And we are expecting the Centennial Celebration Committee. We are really hopefully, we are expecting that from this year onwards, the government will declare 22nd May as the Chogyal's birthday throughout the evening. So this is an achievement that if the government give us, then from next year onwards, including this year onwards, 22nd May will be the calendar holiday for celebration of Chogyal's birthday. And that how it will be celebrated, that will work out. Maybe NIT will be involved, and particularly all have to be involved. Actually, like this is a historical event. And it was there till 73. The 4th April actually we used to celebrate the Chogyal's birthday, but it wasn't the birth celebration. It was the coronation day of Chogyal on the 4th April. Actually, it's 22nd of May. So now it's coming back to 22nd of May as a Chogyal's birthday. Okay, this is for your information. 4th April was consecration, Chogyal's consecration to throne. So it was clocked that time. Now it is celebrated. So 22nd will be the birthday. So anyways, I'm very much thankful to Yujana, then the princess, all of you. I mean, we are so kind to be. We are very much proud to have you all here. We feel very much, like excited, and also it is a very important event that we could make out. We could make also. Hopefully next year also onwards, we'll try to do as much better than what today is. And I'm thankful to all the elders, senior citizens or senior bureaucrats. Very much thankful. I feel so happy to see today, honestly, P.K. Madam Sir, P.T. Gamchan. I feel so proud because I always remember it because I worked under you all. So it's a very happy moment for me. So I am thankful to all of you individually. So like this one week we hope to meet. And on the 22nd also you are invited. And 21st we have a cultural program in Mananbao. There are lots of cultural programs coming from districts. Voluntarily they are coming to represent their show. So you all are invited. And 21st there is a archery competition of the final in Sikkim ground. Why? Because our children were so much interested in the Dasa. So we have kept that also. So like that we have done so many programs, so slowly it's coming to an end. So to all my friends here, students, friends, one thing you all must know, that you must know the history of Sikkim. If you don't know the history of Sikkim, as what the other they were saying, you are nowhere. So you have to know the history of Sikkim. Please try to read something. We'll try to put in the books also. Let's hope we can achieve this. So all of you coming today, I'm very much thankful on behalf of the NIT family and the Centennial Celebration Committee where I am. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.